guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News.
As polling comes to a close across our nation, many are ready for a break, especially from those political ads. Some, however, see today as the beginning of the race for 2024.
Some polls have closed across the nation, and now voters' ballots are being counted for the 2022 midterm elections. Former President Donald Trump is explaining what victory would look like to him.
I'd say certainly a majority in both. I think we're going to do very well in the House. I hope we're going to do very well with the Senate.
President Biden saying on a radio show Tuesday, today's GOP isn't your father's Republican Party. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
A number of projections have already come in. Early wins for the GOP include Katie Britt becoming the first woman elected to the Senate in Alabama. And analysts believe Republican Rand Paul will retain his seat in the Kentucky Senate race. Control of both chambers of Congress is on the line, with the GOP needing net gains of just 1 seat to win the Senate and 5 seats to win the House. The minimum age to serve in the House is 25, and that's how old Orlando, Florida Democrat Maxwell Frost is. Governorships, secretaries of states, and attorneys general are also on the ballot. In Washington, former White House chief strategist Steve Bannon is having his 4-month prison sentence put on hold. While U.S. District Judge Carl Nicholas says Bannon showed no remorse for his actions, Nicholas ultimately agreed to put his sentence on pause while Bannon appeals the conviction. He'll only serve the time if higher courts uphold his conviction on the misdemeanor counts. This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951 877-819-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code, the Buy One, Get One Extravaganza, going on right now at mypillow.com.
Key races are playing out across the country as Republicans and Democrats face off in a struggle for control of the House, Senate, and governor's mansions. Near the Desert Breeze Voting Center outside Las Vegas, Nevada, voter Dom DeLay shares with Fox News that he isn't completely confident in the security of the state elections.
I'm a little shaky on that. I don't know if there's something in the background I don't know about. But then I have a suspicious nature and tend to do that anyway.
When it comes to daylight saving time, some people are still struggling.
Most Americans are subject to the time change, and as Mayo Clinic sleep medicine expert Dr. Lois Cran explains, the clock change can affect a person's ability to concentrate or pay attention to detail.
Studies done on different continents show that the rate of motor vehicle accidents increases for the week after the clocks change in many different parts of the world.
Many wonder, should elections reasonably fall after daylight saving time has thrown off our internal clocks?
Get exercise. That can really help signal to the body it's time to get going in the morning and to live as healthy a lifestyle as possible.
From the USA Radio News Washington, D.C. Bureau, I'm Victoria Idoni.
For more news, check us out online at usaradio.com. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
The buy one, get one free special going on now at MyPillow. MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillows, the roll and go anywhere MyPillows, and 6-piece towel sets on special. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find out all the great deals you can get right now at MyPillow. mypillow.com/USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're going to hear from all our friends. We're going to do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers show. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're going to hear from all our friends. We're going to do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Yes, indeed. We cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern Time Zone. Welcome in. Welcome aboard. Everybody relax. Got a long night. Election night. Election night in America. Yep. Big day. There's a number of races that have already been called. As anticipated, there's a number of races that are razor thin, especially some of those Senate races. Keeping a close eye on Pennsylvania, where at the moment, Fetterman is leading Dr. Oz. But again, with millions of ballots counted, separation about 40,000 votes. Again, Fetterman up. It's like 49 to 48%. Fetterman 49.4, Oz 48. Really, it all comes down to which areas have reported versus which areas have yet to come in. Obviously, Fetterman doing very well in the big cities. Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, Harrisburg. Those are the counties where Fetterman has the big numbers. Yeah, the rest of the state, though, you get out of the big cities, and Dr. Oz doing very well there. But it's those big cities. Remember, we were talking 24 hours ago. Pennsylvania, it may come down to Bucks County there. But we've got lots of numbers to throw your way. Lots of headlines. After what was a debacle of a night. What time did they actually finally pull the Powerball numbers? Sometime mid-morning. And I had varying reports coming in. There were some reports that there was not a winner. That the jackpot was going to jump to like $2.6 billion. Then all of a sudden, hey, wait a minute. No, we found a winner. We had a winning ticket sold in California. I mean, one winning ticket. Isn't that something? $2 billion. But yeah, it was a crazy night. We'll get to all the updates there. Hey, we're watching for a hurricane to impact Florida. And we're anticipating a full-blown blizzard as old man winter is about to roll into parts of the plains and the north central USA over the next several days. So, yeah, traveling concerns for our drivers out there. Tonight you've got some issues in the form of some heavy snow is falling as we speak. Yeah, Donner is probably at some point, if it isn't already, going to be shut down because they're talking possibly several feet of snow impacting Donner Pass tonight. But we're looking at snow in southern portions of Idaho, western portions of Wyoming. A little bit of snow down towards Salt Lake City. Northern portions of Nevada. Yeah, you've got rain further to the south, even down into Southern California and southern portions of Nevada. Maybe some rain in Las Vegas tonight, but it's a chilly rain. Meanwhile, you look at the southeastern USA, you can see the circulation around what is Nicole, just over a month after Ian's devastation there. Florida, once again, bracing for landfall of a hurricane. This time, it's an unusual time of year. November, we do have hurricane warnings along the central part of the Florida coast that have been hoisted this past day. It is Tropical Storm Nicole continuing to strengthen over the western Atlantic. Yeah, forecasters say the massive storm will make landfall, anticipated to be a Category 1 hurricane along Florida's east coast early Thursday morning. So indeed, as the expectation was, voters were able to get out and vote this past day in Florida, which they did en masse. Landfall expected to occur somewhere between West Palm Beach to Melbourne, Florida, prior to daybreak Thursday morning. Could be in the middle of the night, Wednesday night. So that would be what will be live during that occurrence. Mandatory evacuation orders affecting more than 52,000 people will be going in effect later on this morning in parts of Palm Beach County, Florida, according to officials there. As of here, a few hours ago, Nicole packing sustained winds of 65 miles per hour. So it's getting ever so close to that hurricane strength threshold. It is expected to continue to strengthen to a hurricane by later today. Nicole appears to be getting its act together with a more concise zone of clouds associated with showers and thunderstorms near the center of circulation, according to AccuWeather. Now, a slight turn to the southwest is forecast for a time into Wednesday morning as Nicole moves over the Bahamas. Then it's going to take another turn to the northwest, just off the coast of Florida, ahead of landfall early Thursday morning. Hurricane warning in effect for a large portion of the Florida East Coast, as well as the northwest Bahamas. Tropical storm warnings in effect for the northeastern Florida coast, as well as parts of the Georgia coast. Storm surge watches have now also been issued from the Savannah River to the South Santee River, all the way up in South Carolina. In coastal areas, especially from, say, the Space Coast of Florida through the Carolinas, you're going to be looking for tropical storm force winds over a 36 to 48 hour period straight. Now, this is a long duration system when it comes to a tropical storm. And due to the lengthy impacts, it's definitely going to take a toll. Storm surge, that's going to be one of the most damaging aspects of this system. Looking at a water level rise 3 to 6 feet with some locally higher levels. And that's going to occur not only waters near where Nicole makes landfall along the central portions of the Florida East Coast, but also even hundreds of miles further to the north. That means that the beaches, the dunes, the coastal infrastructure that were already compromised by Ian may be subject to more damage from Nicole. Storm surge 3 to 6 feet from just north of West Palm Beach, Florida, to near Tybee Island there in Georgia. In many cases along Florida's east coast, conditions may actually be a lot worse with this system, Nicole, versus what you saw with Ian, because Nicole's making a direct strike from the east. They have also had the full moon last night, still looking full, shining bright tonight. But the higher tides, the king tides associated with the full moon, depending on when this thing comes ashore, high tide versus low tide, you could have about a 4-foot water level difference if this storm comes ashore during high tide. Now, again, there's the potential for some last-minute strengthening of Nicole as it's going to be passing over the warm waters just off the Florida coast, which we call the Gulf Stream waters. Now, this could result in a higher intensity as gusts could approach hurricane force along the Space Coast. Depending on the track of the storm, could pose a bit of a problem for the Artemis moon rocket that's setting out on the launch pad. They had made that determination not to roll it back to the hangar there. Now, near and just north of the center of circulation, 60 to 80 mile per hour winds. Gusts could approach 100 miles per hour in some areas. At that force, damage to structures can occur with significant power outages once again. Those tropical storm force wind gusts and sporadic power outages may occur hundreds of miles away from where the center makes landfall. And this is not just going to be a Florida impact later this week. After coming ashore, making that turn to the north, it's going to race its way up the East Coast, and we could be talking some pretty significant impacts right up the I-95 corridor, some of our big cities in the Northeast, and looking at a lot of rain. We'll break some of that up down for you coming up here as we roll into midweek already. Yeah, Wednesday coming on, hump day, as we like to refer to it. We'll get to some of our listening friends who's checking in out of the box tonight. Coming up here, and again, lots to cover. Yeah, the latest on the election results as the numbers will be coming in through the overnight hours. Welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's everyday diesel treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, let me flip the page here. Hello to Heavy D out of the box here. Morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew. Stay safe. High pressure pumping, ready to roll this morning. Richard online from Central Florida. 72 degrees tonight. It's kind of like the calm before the storm. Literally, there in Central Florida. But good to have you on board there. Deborah checks in from Indiana. Hope everyone stays safe out there tonight, especially my special driver, Woodpecker. Have a wonderful Wednesday. All right, hello to Jody on board. Yes, somebody won the Powerball. Indeed, they did. Hello to Mr. Q. Philly Dan checks in. Drivers, keep on humping. Hump day. Stay safe out there. God bless the Rambler. 5-7 is on board, copying the mail. Kentucky Ken, right out of the box this morning as well. Morning Overnight Drive crew, Mr. Summers from Burlington, Colorado, currently getting a trailer tire replaced. Safe travels, Kentucky Ken, listening in. Patsy checks in. Patsy says, I work at one of the precincts in Lancaster County in Nebraska. And we had one of the busiest days in the 20 years I've been working the elections there. Yeah, good luck, conservatives. So, yeah, I think that was the word. Around the country, big turnout for Election Day. Hello to Larry. Good afternoon. Hammer down. Everybody be safe out there. Let's see. Going to be a beautiful 70 degrees, sunshine in central Indiana today. But a chilly start to things for your Wednesday morning, dropping down to about 40. Yeah, what are we looking at? 47 outside our secret bunker at this hour in southwest Ohio. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Steve. 61 degrees in Mount Vernon, Illinois tonight. Great election night at the Weiss compound in southwest Missouri. We voted for freedom to continue. Republicans 3, Socialist 0. And how about a DeSantis-Rubio 2024 ticket? Yeah, both of those were definitive wins right out of the box there in Florida. Ron DeSantis, governor, and a race that had been closely watched, one of those Senate seats with Marco Rubio. Rubio holds on for a fairly decisive victory there. Shout out to the Hall of Fame Carolina Monkey Gouger from the cockpit of a chromed out high-speed cow truck tonight. Let's see. Table scraps. Good morning. Well, no Powerball win for me, so I guess it's back to work in the morning. Yeah, that goes for me as well. Hello to Joe. Morning, Steve, and all the Overnight Drive crew. 36 degrees in Winchester, Virginia. Happy hump day. Everybody have a good night. Captain Rod on board in Ocala, Florida. 73 degrees at this hour. Did we get our red wave? Yet to be determined. There are some very close races. The other very, very closely watched race is in Georgia. Let me pull up the latest there. It is you talk about a razor-thin margin. Herschel Walker, 49.3%. Raphael Warnock at 48.7%. Things have been kind of flipping back and forth. Warnock was leading several hours ago. So again, depending on where the numbers are coming in, obviously when you get the big drops from places like Atlanta, those are heavily favored Warnock areas in the state of Georgia. Now, if memory serves, someone's got to get 50% in Georgia, I do believe. If neither of them surpasses that 50% threshold, they'll go to a runoff election. Once again, have to do this all over again. Our number, 844-844-3388. Couple of other friends checking in here. Who we got? Gerald. How old is Steve? My man just finished wrapping up doing a live stream of the elections. Now we're ready for the overnight drive. Everybody stay groovy out there. Yeah, Zach says, red wave. It looks more like a bit of a red trickle, maybe. Hello from the Michigan Madman this morning. Santa Claus on board. Top of the morning, Steve. 56 degrees here in Knoxville at this hour. I'll be headed for the Carolinas tomorrow. I see a tornado actually hit my home in Elk Grove, California today. Yeah, I'll forward the current Caltrans road conditions over to your email. Yeah, I-80, of course, where they're getting some of that heavy, heavy snow there in the Sierra Nevada mountains once again. Marianne's on board. Morning, Steve. Marianne goes by the handle Bashful. Everybody stay safe out there. Hello to Bolt, checking in 33 degrees at the State Police Barracks in Romney, West Virginia. Kind of a chilly night. Supposed to get highs in just the 40s this weekend into the beginning of next week. I'm not really looking forward to that. Anyway, wishing everybody a wonderful night out there. Be safe. Double Trucker on board. Hello, gang. 41 degrees. Feels like 36 here in Lodi. Haven't heard any results yet. I'm kind of terrified to hear them. Yeah, I'll be tuned in. Let's go, Brandon. All right, Hillbilly Tex on board here on a Wednesday morning. Hillbilly Tex, exit 81 off the big 75. Tipping the hat, ringing the cowbell, and a red flag. There you go. Yeah, some of the earliest races to be called. Yeah, with strong backing, making up for some quick calls. Rand Paul of Kentucky was one of those. Tim Scott there in South Carolina. Marjorie Taylor Greene there in the state of Georgia. Some of the first victories called by the Decision Desk headquarters Tuesday night. Rand Paul's victory was not in question, they say, but he has promised to fully investigate the COVID response and the origins, including Dr. Fauci, if the Republicans take control of the Senate. Paul would take a Senate Health Services gavel to lead those potential investigations. Now, of course, Rick Scott, the lone black Republican in the Senate, was never in doubt as well. Marjorie Taylor Greene's been kind of a firebrand in Georgia, frequently used by Democrats in midterm messaging for the importance to secure control of the House, because she might actually be a candidate to lead a committee there in the House. Of course, there are 35 Senate seats up for grabs as the numbers are being tabulated as we speak around the country. Another race that was called here a short time ago turned out to be not nearly as close as the polls had predicted in the state of Ohio. J.D. Vance, the Republican, versus Tim Ryan. J.D. Vance has already delivered his acceptance speech. J.D. Vance takes that seat in Ohio, 54% to 46%. So congratulations to J.D. News break as we roll into a Wednesday. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
The deadline for voters to cast their ballots was extended in certain counties across the country Tuesday, stretching out the timeline for midterm results tabulation in Texas, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia. A handful of elections until this point are making history. Republican Katie Britt is the first elected female senator from Alabama. Republican Sarah Huckabee Sanders is the first elected female governor of Arkansas. Same goes for Republican Leslie Rutledge, the first female lieutenant governor of Arkansas. In Florida, Maxwell Frost is a 25-year-old Democrat. He's going to be the first member of Gen Z in Congress. And Mark Wayne Mullen, a Republican from Oklahoma, is the first Native American senator from Oklahoma in more than 100 years. This is USA Radio News.
I need 4 more of the biscuit carnitas, 2 burnt end platters, 3...
The kitchen at Kai's Barbecue is firing on all cylinders.
Greg, help me bring these to the pickup counter.
He needs food runners who can hit the ground quickly.
86 on the chicken and we're short-staffed. Let's pick it up.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Instant Match instantly connects you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Are you overwhelmed with credit card debt and unable to pay your bills? Has your income decreased or have you lost your job? At Credit Card of America, we offer a free, no-obligation consultation to learn how you can cut your payments by up to half and potentially lower your interest down to zero. Credit Card of America is an A+ rated company that will work on your behalf. We've counseled over 1 million consumers struggling with debt just like you. Call now for a free, no-obligation consultation and learn how you can become debt-free. Call 800-291-3818. That's 800-291-3818.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, go ahead and dial that number up. Give us a full report. What's going on in your neck of the woods out there, around the country? Let's get some updates. Some of the headlines. All right, mentioned J.D. Vance wins the Ohio Senate seat over Tim Ryan. Don't know if you'd call that an upset or not. It was supposed to be a lot closer than it turned out to be. In Texas, Governor Abbott wins a third term as Texas governor there. Also in the state of Ohio, Mike DeWine defeats Democrat Nan Whaley in Ohio. That was... How do you do that? You know, you have the lesser of two. I felt that Mike DeWine didn't have a chance. I thought he would lose in the primary, but surprise, surprise. Mike DeWine, governor of Ohio once again. Is it the fact that so many people maybe have kind of short-term memories? Yeah, the number of people that were outraged going back to 2020 and 21, during the pandemic, the shutdowns, the school closings, locking people in, closing the restaurants, and it went on and on. And Mike DeWine was one of those governors, one of those Republican governors, that was just time after time just kind of toeing the line with Dr. Fauci. But nonetheless, Mike DeWine wins. Up into the Northeast, New Hampshire, Democrat Senator Hassan holds on to her seat, defeating the Republican Bolduc there. Massachusetts, headline, Haley, the first lesbian elected governor in the United States. Representative Omar and AOC both winning re-election this past day. In Maryland, looks like the final word is in Maryland, legalizes marijuana. There's 4 other states that are also voting on legalization of marijuana in the election. Maybe we'll have some of the numbers from other states coming in during the overnight hours. All right, we'll get to some of the other, what do we see here? Oh, in the state of Georgia, of course, the Senate seat, that's too close to call. Governor's race, though. Kemp defeats Stacey Abrams once again. Governor Kemp reelected there in the state of Georgia. All right, one other out of the state of Florida, Representative Matt Gaetz also winning re-election in the Sunshine State. Not quite a clean sweep, but an overwhelming majority of Republicans did very well in the state of Florida this past evening. Carolina Monkey Gouger, hey there.
Well, good morning there, Steve-O. How you doing?
Doing all right. Hump day. How about election day?
Oh, man, I'm so happy. Woo! I want to thank the great people of Oklahoma for putting some of our people back in power. We got our first Native American senator in 100 years from Oklahoma going up there to represent the Native American people, and I'm real happy about that. I'm real happy that Stacey Abrams got her butt stomped, and old Beto O'Rourke got his butt stomped out there in Texas. So I reckon old Beto and old Stacey Abrams can marry up together. And, you know, both of them are losers. They deserve one another. And for all them people up yonder in them northern states that voted, you know, blue, when your ass is freezing this winter, we don't want to hear you crying. You had a chance to do something about this. You went ahead and voted for them dumb-ass Democrats. So that's on you up there, you bunch of idiots. Pretty much, I mean, I don't know, Steve. I watched some of it a while ago, and I think Fox News has been hacked. A while ago, I was watching it, and the screen went black, and a white thing popped up and said, "We didn't see no red wave." I don't know if somebody's messing with them.
Wow,
or
interesting.
What's going on?
Wow.
And I'm pretty tickled. I mean, when I left a while ago, we got control of the House of Representatives back. If I'm not, is that correct?
That's looking pretty definitive now. On the Senate side, it looks like, you know, that the Democrats may hold control on the Senate side.
Let's hope not. You know, I mean, I don't understand what the people in Pennsylvania are thinking about. They got a brain-dead president up there, and then they got a brain-dead twin brother that they try to get in up there. You know, that was really close. They was hoping when they got to them lower counties that the Oz man was going to pick up momentum, but they said it probably wouldn't be counted till in the morning when they had to go back and recount the absentee votes or something.
Right. They got all those mail-in ballots that they're going to, you know, I think for whatever reason, the way the Pennsylvania law works, you know, when they get these millions of ballots in before Election Day, and they don't begin counting them until, you know, the polls close. That's what drags things out so long.
Right. I don't quite understand what's going on with Georgia down there. We were talking about it earlier, and I said, I don't know. I said it's something. It's funny that the governor down there waxed those Stacey Abrams, but yet, you know, Herschel's in the fight for his life.
Correct.
You know, so I don't know about that deal.
That means people actually vote for a Republican for a governor, and then obviously some have to have a split ticket, voting for one Republican and a Democrat on the same ticket.
Right. So I don't know. I smell something kind of rotten in Denmark, but I ain't gonna throw rotten eggs out there yet, because now what's going on in Nevada? A while ago, they hadn't even started counting out there. They were giving Nevada to the Republican side. And it was 0-0 when I turned the television off.
I'm looking at the Senate seat, which right now, yes, it is still showing 0% reporting there. I wonder, I mean, there were several states that extended the hours, I guess, with the big turnout. I wonder if Nevada was one of those that extended the polling hours, so they're running behind.
Yeah, I mean, you know, what I don't know how that time works out there. You know, Nevada's right on that line out there. I know they're 2 hours behind. Well, you know, with this crazy time, I know Arizona, one time they're on, you know, California time, and I don't really know what the time schedule is out there. I ain't been out there so long. But I'm fairly happy with what I've seen. I don't understand what happened in Michigan up there. But like I say, all them people voted, we don't want to hear you running your mouth. You had a chance to do something about it and didn't do it, but anyway, that's that.
Yeah, Gretchen Whitmer. She stomped Tudor Dixon there. I mean, that was supposed to be a potentially an upset as well. But I mean, the numbers I'm looking at right now, it's only showing like 15%, but Whitmer with 58%, Tudor Dixon 41%.
Right. Oh. I don't know what these people were thinking. Now, there was one seat that we got in Virginia that they were really counting on, and that girl won. And the girl she won against, I don't know what her name was, but, she was on that headhunting committee
right.
for the January 6th. They got her shut down now. She won pretty good little decisive victory up there. That was the one they were really banking on, and they give it to her. So, all that. So I'm going to get on out of here. I want to give a big shout out to Lauren Wise and tell him keep on trucking, keep them cows moving, because I sure need something to go on the back of this wagon. But other than that, Steve, everything's good. Just cruising along here, listening to the Overnight Drive, buddy.
All right, good to have you on board. Thanks for checking in, Monkey Gouger. I did a quick refresh there in Michigan. Yeah, it's up to 45%. But, Gretchen Whitmer with a 10-point lead, 10%. 54 for Gretchen Whitmer, 44% for Tudor Dixon. The people of Michigan, your voices are being heard, right? Let me see here. Let me flip over 538. Got a guy there that's now Nate Silver. 538's Nate Silver had been predicting Republicans would take the Senate. He's now shifted that prediction to slightly favoring the Democrats as some of the results have come in. Senator Maggie Hassan fending off the challenge there in the north, in New Hampshire there. Several key early Senate races had been called. Republicans winning several predictable victories. Marco Rubio, Chuck Grassley of Iowa at 90-something years old, isn't he? Yeah, but haven't really seen any upsets so far on the Senate side, notably in Pennsylvania, where you've got Mehmet Oz trailing John Fetterman at this hour. Now, as is the victory in the governor's race for the Democrat Attorney General Josh Shapiro, but it was actually Hassan's victory that swayed his analysis to now again favor Democrats holding the Senate. All of a sudden, we have an even ball game between Democrats and Republicans. That Nate Silver said that's what we were looking at earlier. It's a jump ball right now. Yeah, 51% Democrats, 49% GOP. All right. Numbers continue to come in. It's 844-844-3388. Give you an update for the drivers out west there. Yes, Santa Claus. It's been the case much of this week in the Sierra Nevada, Northern California. Yeah, the chain laws are up. Chains are required on all vehicles except four-wheel drive vehicles with snow tires on all four wheels. From Colfax to the Nevada state line. Eastbound trucks are being screened at Applegate. Drivers must have maximum chains in their possession in order to proceed. Permit loads are prohibited there. Westbound trucks being screened 5 miles west of Reno, again, must have the maximum number of chains to proceed. Okay, chain laws up out west. Little early taste of old man winter. Back to the calls ahead here. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, indeed. There we got clear lines there. Jump on in. Inbred Redneck was on hold. Maybe he'll ring us back up. I was going to inquire what's going on in the cryptocurrency world. I had that one gentleman last evening that was kind of inquiring. Was it Mudwagon, I believe was his handle? Wanted to talk to Inbred about. He's curious about cryptocurrencies. Now, is now a good time to get in because there was kind of a rout of cryptocurrencies this past day. Yeah, the cryptocurrency market tumbling big time after Binance and FTX, the world's two biggest crypto exchanges, agreed to merge to address what Binance called a liquidity crunch. You know, some stories are saying liquidity crisis. Bitcoin tumbled more than 12%. I guess closed out at $18,200 a coin. Yeah, earlier in the day it was down to $17,300, the lowest level since back in November of 2020. Ether down over 18%. All those declines then spread through the rest of the market. At one point, even stealing some steam from a stock market rally. You know, smaller crypto assets tied to Alameda, the trading company also owned by FTX chief executive Sam Bankman-Fried, suffered some of the biggest losses. FTX token, the native token of the FTX trading platform, plunged 76.4%. Wow. Yeah, the token tied to the popular Ethereum competitor, Solana, lost 26.4%. Yeah, a lot of crypto investors did not make money this past day. To the contrary, yeah, big-time losses. Again, much of it I don't understand, so I can't really give you any intelligent offerings of what's going on in the crypto world. Meanwhile, what in the world happened with Powerball? Somebody who bought a ticket in California did win what turned out to be $2.04 billion Powerball jackpot. Yeah, the numbers finally drawn Tuesday morning there at the Florida Lottery Studio in Tallahassee. Yeah, the jackpot ticket was sold at Joe's Service Center in Altadena, northeast of Los Angeles, apparently. By far the largest lottery jackpot ever won. The old record was $1.586 billion. That was actually split by 3 ticket holders back in 2016. So again, as we followed through the night last night, they had some sort of a technical issue. The drawing was delayed nearly 10 hours. Like I said, it was mid-morning finally when they pulled those numbers. Let's see. Initially was going to be a $1.9 billion jackpot Monday evening. Once I guess all the numbers, the ticket sales came in, it was bumped up to $2.04 billion. I mean, we're talking $400 million larger than the previous record jackpot. The problem in holding a drawing Monday night was blamed on one participating lottery's inability to process their sales data. So, yeah, we followed that all night long. But, all right, it's 844-3388. Get to some of our industry headlines here. What's in the mix? Police in Bakersfield, California, warning drivers about a rise in the theft of your common powertrain control modules on semi-trucks. Officers in Kern County specifically say that the theft of common powertrain controller, or CPC, modules have been on the rise right alongside the thefts of catalytic converters. But your CPC controls your important engine and powertrain functions. Yeah, if your CPC is stolen, your truck is inoperable. And right now, there is a global shortage of CPCs, prompting the thieves to target that part, which apparently can be reprogrammed for use in other trucks. They sell them on the black market at anywhere from $4,000 to as much as $8,000. Now, the original price of a new CPC typically runs $1,400, $1,600, something like that. But according to KGET News, thieves can remove the modules in a matter of minutes, often causing damage to windows, your dashboard, and your wiring harnesses in the process. Bakersfield Police Department is offering recommendations for truck drivers. Take these tips into consideration to prevent your CPC from being stolen. Yeah, always try to park in an illuminated area. Position your truck in the view of a surveillance camera if possible. Yeah, park in lots with security personnel. If you're traveling, plan ahead to locate safe areas to park. Maybe install a security alarm on your vehicle. Obviously, when exiting your vehicle, roll up the windows, lock the doors, and make sure you've got the keys in your possession. Also, enable password protection for your CPC. Contact your vehicle manufacturer for more information on that. And just watch your back. Remain vigilant. If you have your CPC stolen, one option would be to report that to Daimler Trucks of North America. Apparently, they could actually prevent thieves from being able to reprogram the device, so it would be useless if they tried to resell it. But there you go. One other industry headline here as we head toward top of the hour news break here on a Wednesday morning. Another acquisition for Werner Enterprises. Omaha-based Werner announcing the acquisition of Reed TMS Logistics, $112.4 million. This latest acquisition includes 130 trucks, 775 trailers. Reed TMS, founded in 1996, based out of Tampa, Florida, they say will continue to operate as a standalone business within Werner. So they give you the typical, we're thrilled to welcome the accomplished Reed TMS team to Werner. Yeah, they just had a acquisition here a few weeks ago, so Werner continues to grow. All right, get some of the other industry headlines coming up here. Clear lines on a Wednesday, hump day coming on. It's 844-844-3388. We'll get a news break coming up here. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
Control of both chambers of Congress is on the line, with the GOP needing net gains of just 1 seat to win the Senate and 5 seats to win the House. Governorships, secretaries of states, and attorneys general are also on the ballot. As expected, not all election results will be available right away. Polls are now closed in Pennsylvania, but counting there will take longer than expected. Democrat John Fetterman is the state's lieutenant governor, and Republican Mehmet Oz is a celebrity doctor and first-time candidate. The two are facing off for an open U.S. Senate seat. Philadelphia City Commissioners recently decided on a measure that will delay vote counting for the city of 1.57 million. Voting was extended until 10 p.m. in Luzerne County, 2 hours later than polls in the rest of the state, after the county had issues with ballots. Things in Florida seem a little more certain. Here's Florida Governor Ron DeSantis championing his incumbent victory.
Florida was a refuge of sanity when the world went mad. We stood as a citadel of freedom for people across this country and indeed across the world. We faced attacks. We took the hits. We weathered the storms, but we stood our ground. We did not back down. We had the conviction to guide us, and we had the courage to lead.
The polls aren't the only spot of this nation's competitions. Georgia took over the top spot in the college football playoff top 25 rankings released Tuesday night after its impressive 27-13 win over previous number 1 Tennessee last weekend. This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to MyPillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code, the Buy One, Get One Extravaganza, going on right now at mypillow.com.
Ridership levels at Lyft are still below what they were prior to the pandemic. That's according to the company's latest quarterly earnings report. Revenue growth is also slowing. That news sent shares plummeting. The effects of inflation are continuing to be felt by many Americans.
Sometimes inflation isn't so bad. Social Security's up and changes are coming to benefit your health savings and flexible spending accounts next year. In 2023, employees can put away as much as $3,050 in an FSA, an increase of about 7%. And single workers who want to fund an HSA can save up to $3,850 next year, which is a 5.5% increase from 2022, while families can save up to $7,750. That's up 6.2%. From the USA Radio News Washington, D.C. Bureau, I'm Victoria Idoni.
Columbus, Ohio City Attorney plans on suing automakers Kia and Hyundai. Zach Klein says the South Korean car makers failed to install anti-theft technology in some vehicles. Thefts of Kias and Hyundais are soaring across the country, including Columbus, where thefts are up over 450% since last year. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
Suspense.
The shadow knows.
Mystery in the air. Starring Peter Lorre.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night.
The greatest radio shows of all time, Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox, on this radio station or at our webpage, classicradio.stream. That's classicradio.stream. Or search your favorite podcast app.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and Auto Stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, back at it here as we close out hour number one. Several folks asking the same question. Scooter said, Steve, was it a red wave or not? I don't think you could call it a red wave. That'd be interesting to see if we end up with maybe a 50-50 split in the Senate once again, which technically would mean the Democrats would still be in control because they'd still have that tiebreaker vote via one Kamala Harris, the vice president. Who else we got checking in here? All right, got down to Seen Unseen. He's not real happy with what's going on election-wise. Fetterman in Pennsylvania even though he can hardly produce a coherent sentence. Yes, indeed. It's Quick says, where's the red wave? Everybody's asking the same question, right? Gilligan on board. Morning, Steve, and all the listeners out there. A clear, cool night at the Speedway. Martinsville, Virginia, 45 degrees. Everybody keep it shiny side up there. Matthew's on board. You flip over to Buckeye Boy, checking in from just north of Nashville, Tennessee tonight. 56 degrees on the way to Crown Point, Indiana to do a pickup. Then it's back to Atlanta. Yeah, my question, how is it possible the Democrat governors of Minnesota, New York, Michigan, keeping their jobs? Are you kidding me? Are the voters just that uninformed or oblivious to what's going on in their state? It's unbelievable. Got a rough end of the weekend. After my delivery in Bluffton, South Carolina, Wednesday did a pickup in Vero Beach, Florida, that was supposed to be split up into a local, then a metal recycler. Well, that changed to no local, and my customer wanted me to bring a piece back to Atlanta, which was okay. I had time before I had to head back to Bluffton to pick up Sunday. On my way back, I almost got to the Georgia line. Something started ticking very loudly under my hood. I got fuel at the Loves. Before you get to Georgia, opened the hood to find my main fan belt was shredding. I went to the well-known repair shop, and they did not have a mechanic on duty. I couldn't even look at it. So I took some wire cutters, trimmed the part that was shredding and making the noise, got it to the TA in Lake Park, Georgia. After a nice 2-hour wait, the mechanic told me the tensioner pulley was falling apart. I needed another one, so I agreed to that. I had a replacement belt, but after many calls, nobody had the pulley. So I got the part number, started making some calls. Several places I called did not have it, but talking to one of them, they said the part number had been replaced with another number. Finally found one under the number in McDonough, Georgia. The next day, had to get a van driver in Atlanta to cancel his golf game, pick it up, and bring it to me 2.5 hours away. Once he got there, the mechanic tried to put it on, but it was the wrong part, even though it was the one he told me. It was for the accessory belt, no less. Obviously, I was not happy. Back on the phone, finally found the right one after I told him to look up the correct part number. They actually tried to give me the same one. I said, that's not the part. We figured out the right one finally, so there it is. Had to send my van driver, who was headed home, to come back. Another 5.5 hours total up and back time. Ultimately, took the mechanic a good 20 minutes to fix it. But what a weekend. So I spent my Monday getting caught up with delivering the Bluffton freight, pick up and delivering the Florida freight. Couple of stops. And finally got some rest. Thanks to my friends, I was able to take care of my customers. Everybody, have a great night. Be careful out there. And, some days are just better than others, aren't they? All's well that ends well there. Buckeye Boy, good to have you on board. Yeah, it is 844-3388. Phone lines are up and running, but they're clear. Big storm system out west. Here we go. The same storm bringing lots of rain, mountain snow, and cold air to California. Going to strengthen as it swings across the Colorado Rockies into the northern plains. We're looking for impending blizzard conditions. Hefty snow accumulations will be unfolding from South Dakota all the way up into northern Minnesota. With a mix of rain, snow, and sleet causing some travel difficulties further to the south. Before the storm reaches the Rockies and the northern plains, it will be dropping feet of mountain snow across the Sierra Nevada range overnight tonight and through the Wasatch Range in Utah. Now, forecasters have been telling us Donner Pass is likely to receive, they're saying, a staggering amount of snow in a relatively short period of time, several feet of snow likely. So traffic through Donner Pass was actually halted Monday night with a number of spinouts and stalled vehicles as that storm moves out of the southwestern states. By Wednesday night into Thursday, that's when it begins to intensify even more. It's going to be the first major snowstorm of the season for the northern plains. The combination of heavy snow, strong winds, and near zero visibility at times. So if you've got freight rolling headed toward Fargo or Bismarck, North Dakota, Rapid City, South Dakota, you may be running into blizzard conditions across the region, especially Thursday night into Friday morning, blowing and drifting snow. Travel will become nearly impossible along portions of Interstate 29, 90, and 94. We could be talking winds past 50 miles per hour at times. So that's whiteout conditions. All right, any unnecessary travel is being discouraged, especially Thursday into Friday. How much are we talking? 6 to 12 inches maybe across portions of the Colorado Rockies, northern Wyoming through northern Minnesota. A wide swath of 12 to 18 inches expected from western South Dakota into northwestern Minnesota. Some areas may actually pick up 3 feet of snow when all is said and done. Rapid City, you started off the month of November with above normal temperatures. Actually had some record-breaking numbers. The first and second of the month, you were at 75 degrees. Not only has it been unseasonably warm there, but you've been in a snow drought at the same time. That's all going to change with this storm system. Now, in addition to the snow, the cold is going to be blasting into portions of eastern Montana through the Dakotas Thursday night into early Friday. We're going to be talking wind chills. It's going to feel below zero. Believe it or not, big changes coming on. Now, the center of that storm is also going to bring blizzard conditions further west Thursday into Friday. Blowing snow could impact most of the state of Minnesota Friday afternoon. Then pushing further east into eastern Canada. No wintry concerns there in the northeastern USA this weekend, but it's going to be chilly and brisk behind the storm there in the Midwest. So some of our travelers' weather ready for old man winter, because here he comes. Pappy, what's going on tonight?
What's happening, Steve?
What do you
Man,
think?
I'll tell you what.
What happened to the red? Where's the red wave, Pappy?
I don't know, Steve. I guess it's slumped out, man. I guess. I don't know. The night ain't over. But Steve, I just dozed off again, man. I was going to say, when you get old, when you go to Thanksgiving, when you were a kid, after dinner, you'd look over at the couch and there's all your uncles just crashed out on the couch, man. I ate a big hamburger about an hour and a half ago, man. Dozed off, just woke up. That's what happened last night, Steve. Man, I was going to call in Sunday night. I even wrote some stuff down, Steve. I was going to give it to you, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we ended up getting a DOA like 2 o'clock in the morning where we had to force entry into the house. And, so I got tied up on that, wasn't able to call. But hey, at least Ohio, I just posted that. At least Ohio's got head in the game, right?
Got the
pulls it
JD
out.
Vance, and I mean Georgia. It's raised. I mean 48.6 for Herschel right now, and now Warnock. It looks like he's back in front at 49.3. They've been going back and forth.
Fox News just gave the check mark to Fetterman
in Pennsylvania.
Steve, this boggles my mind. Are you kidding me, man? What? I don't know. I don't get it. I just don't get it, my man. But at least I saw earlier that Abrams got beat, and she actually conceded for the governorship. Stacey Abrams, but that was in Georgia.
Yeah,
right?
How interesting is it where you've got Kemp that easily holds off Stacey Abrams, and then obviously people voted for Kemp and apparently went and voted for Warnock at the same time. Otherwise Herschel would be way ahead, right?
Yeah, that's what, they were talking about some people that like split tickets, they'll go one way for the governor and then the other way for the Senate seat or something. That just don't make no sense to me. That's just doesn't make no sense. So what's the latest on Herschel? How's he doing? I mean, have you seen or heard?
Right now, Herschel Walker, 1,890,000. Warnock, 1,909,000. I mean, it's close. He's like, so Warnock's about 18,500 ahead. And you got to wonder which areas have yet to report. I think they're up to like 95% reporting in Georgia.
Wow. Well, like I said, they gave Fetterman the check mark, 49.5%. Oz has 48.1. 2,446,000 to Fetterman, 2,380,000. So
you remember 2 years ago in Georgia, somebody's got to get 50%. Does my memory serve correctly there? If otherwise, they have to do a runoff.
Pennsylvania have that? Or it's going to have to be a runoff?
I don't think Pennsylvania does, but yeah, that was the whole thing after the whole debacle with the numbers, and there were the two Senate seats in Georgia that ultimately both went to the Democrats, and that's what gave the 50%, 50-50 split in the Senate there.
Right. Yep. So, like I said, I dozed off. I haven't even seen any recent updates to where at least Fox News was kind of giving the running count, in the Senate.
Yeah.
I think it was 46 to 45 with the Democrats. Up by one there.
And
so
the update right now I'm looking at, it says 48, I guess, confirmed Democrat seats versus 45 Republican confirmed seats.
Jeez.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, that's one thing I was hoping, Steve, if we could pull the Senate out. I mean, it's not over till the fat lady sings, I guess, but we'll see. Man, Steve, I missed the red moon, man. I dozed off last night about 1:30, 2 o'clock, and woke up at like 1 o'clock this afternoon.
I didn't know if you were working. Like I sent you a little text message. I didn't want to ring your phone because I was standing out there and looking at the red moon, and we had a space station fly over right there at the same time as the lunar eclipse.
You're kidding.
Yeah, pretty cool.
I haven't looked at the old app there in a while. No, I had the ringer off. I wish I would have had it on. Maybe that dang would have woke me up.
Huh.
And then we'll get out there and look at it. When's the next one? 2025, did you say?
I think the next total lunar eclipse. Yeah, we'll have some partials, that kind of. But
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe I'll make it. Maybe I'll make it in another 3 years, right? Yeah, I don't know. But, yeah, man, I don't know, Steve. We'll have to hang in there and see what the heck happens here. I just, even like I said, though, a couple weeks ago, even if we took the House and the Senate, nothing's going to change around instantly. It's still going to have to take time.
Even Biden said last weekend, he was at a gathering somewhere, he said, because they questioned, well, what if Republicans take the House and the Senate as well? I've still got the veto pen.
Well, one thing to think about, though, Steve, is the Senate confirms all his radical, nominees for Supreme Court, if any come up, or any of these other, federal courts or something. So, and maybe get down and get behind some of these investigations, that should be going on. Get to the bottom of some things. So, we'll have to wait and see. Maybe by the time we go to bed and wake up tomorrow, right? It might be all said and done. We'll know the exact numbers of if it was how bad or how good.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, it's not looking like that red wave, is it? So,
kind of goes to prove once again how many of these polls were off. Ohio looks like the polling there was pretty much correct because they had Vance up like by 5 points. Those last polls before the election, but they were showing Herschel Walker ahead by 2-3 points there in Georgia. That's not panning out, that's for sure. How about the governor's race there in New York? I mean
right. And the one in Michigan, she hung on.
Gretchen Whitmer, yeah. I mean, not by a little bit, but by a bunch.
Right, yeah, it was like 9 points, I think. Man, I just had something on my head and slipped. Oh, at the beginning, I guess, Vance was down, Kemp was up, and I'm thinking to myself, what the heck, man? I mean, it was looking pretty bad there at the very, very beginning.
Yep.
And I remember, though, they said, hey, these are all the absentees and mail-in votes that are being counted first. And those 10 lean Democratic, where, Republicans
tend to vote on Election Day.
And slowly but surely, I see Vance starting to come back, and man, I think they called him by 10 o'clock. I think it was.
Yep.
I don't know, 10, 11 o'clock, somewhere around there. But, yes, sir, I don't know. We'll see what happens. What'd you say? It was 48-45?
On right now, the confirmed Senate seats, Democrats 48, they've picked up a seat. 45 for the Republicans, they've lost a seat.
Well, hold on now. I just walked back in here and looked at Fox has 48-48.
Really?
According to Fox right now. They just flashed it up.
I've got the Newsmax website in front of me. That's where I'm seeing that number, 48-45.
Yeah. So they got the House, 152 for the Democrats, 189. I think it's 218 for the majority there. So hey, man, it ain't over yet. It is not over yet.
Yeah, a lot of counting yet to be done.
Yeah. So,
I mean, how about Ron DeSantis? I mean, that was a blowout. 59% for DeSantis to 40% for Charlie Crist.
If that wasn't a blowout, dude, he took Miami-Dade County too. Miami-Dade County went for DeSantis.
Wow.
Which is unheard of.
They were saying that the Hispanic vote had been. There's a look at the Hispanic population there in Miami. Yeah, they're trending more to the Republican side.
Right.
Well, they don't like socialism.
And Rubio too.
Correct.
Yep. Big win down there in Florida. So when I retire. I don't know, Steve. that waterfront property might just be a shack, made out of plywood, but it's looking better and better. But
I'm looking up for the NBC decision desk is saying the House is going like razor thin. Yeah, they're showing projections of 218 Republican, 217 Democrat. Wow. Yeah, there's a ways to go, but news break time, though. The Steve Summers overnight drive. I'm sorry, we're about a minute. We got a minute to go. 1 minute till we hit the bottom of the hour. So the NBC News cannot project control of the House. The decision desk has released its estimate for the House of Representatives of a whole, which reflects the most probable outcome. Their estimates, Republicans will win 219 seats, margin of error 13 seats. A party needs 218 to control that particular chamber. All right, so you got 435 individual House races based on pre-election research. That would be amazingly close, especially after the projections of a much greater margin, according to the polls, for Republicans prior to Election Day. But all right, we'll get more as we roll on. It's 844-844-3388.
USA Radio News.
Republicans will need to flip just 5 seats in order to win majority control of the House of Representatives, and just need to net 1 seat to overcome Democrats' marginal 50-seat majority in the Senate. The first congressional seats to flip were in Florida, where Republican Anna Paulina Luna defeated Democratic candidate Eric Lynn. The district had previously been represented by Democrat Charlie Crist, who left the office to launch an unsuccessful challenge against Republican Governor Ron DeSantis. In Virginia, Republican Jen Kiggans ousted Democratic Representative Elaine Luria. The other incumbent in a toss-up race, Democratic Representative Abigail Spanberger, secured re-election with about 52% of the vote. This is USA Radio News.
Texting enrolls you into reoccurring automated text messages. Message and data rates may apply.
Come on, one more rep. You got this. 10. There it is. Nice work, man. You're a beast.
Thanks, man. I feel better than I have in years. And I got to tell you, taking Nugenix makes a huge difference for me.
Nugenix? That's the testosterone booster with TV ads with Frank Thomas. The big hurt, right?
Oh, yeah. The patented key ingredient is Testofen, which helps boost free testosterone levels and increase lean muscle mass.
Well, it's clearly working for you. Hey, are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try for themselves?
Yeah, Nugenix is a great way to increase lean muscle and feel stronger with more energy and endurance.
Man, I need to get a complimentary bottle of Nugenix.
No problem. You just got to send them a text. Text GRIT to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix, the #1 selling free testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of new Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help get you back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text GRIT to 321-321. That's GRIT to 321-321.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered Powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at HotShotSecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, two of the big ones. Georgia, Pennsylvania, two of the high-profile Senate races. At this hour, razor-thin margins, mere thousands of votes out of millions separating the two. After the midnight Eastern time, that could actually signal recounts on the way. You got Warnock in a tight battle with Herschel Walker. Pennsylvania, of course, Mehmet Oz was hoping to hold the open Senate seat for Republicans against John Fetterman. Yeah, Fetterman appears to be in the lead, getting more votes than recent polls had shown. Yeah, some of the polling had showed him losing ground to Oz. Questions about his recovery from his stroke back in May. Yeah, both of those races, though, vital in the Republicans' effort to try to wrestle control of the Senate with the 50-50 split. Ticket splitting appears to be occurring in both races. As I mentioned, as Brian Kemp, the incumbent Republican governor, won handily over Stacey Abrams there. And then, of course, in Pennsylvania, the Democrat Josh Shapiro beat the Republican Doug Mastriano there in the state of Pennsylvania. Split tickets, as they call it. All right, who we got on board?
It's me, Steve.
Well, hello, Tex. How the heck are you?
I'm doing okie dokie. Oh, yeah. Life's good, you know.
Hadn't heard from you in a while. Yeah.
Well, Steve, I ain't called in a while because I've had a lot of solar-powered stuff I needed doing, so I've been kind of getting my days and nights mixed up, you know.
Okay.
Yeah, I got bring on winter. I got plenty of firewood, so ain't no need in worrying about it. We can't do nothing about it nohow.
Right.
So, you know, I ain't got to buy no $6-7 gallon heating fuel anyway.
That's a good thing, right?
If you can even, yeah. If you can even get it, but Steve, it is. When was Halloween?
Oh, well, it's been 10 days ago. It was on a Monday night.
Ooh, I must have missed it, 'cause I still got a big bucket full of candy here. That mean I can go ahead and start eating on it, right?
Absolutely. Would you sleep right through it or something? Didn't answer the door for all your trick-or-treaters?
I reckon I slept right on through it there, Steve. Yeah, you was talking about that that black blood moon last night.
Yes.
Well, the time it burnt red, it done went over the mountain, and I couldn't see it when it went red. I got in the pickup and run up the highway there, about exit 81 off the big 75, and I still couldn't see it. I said, well, I ain't going no further. I've seen them before, so. But, yeah, everything been going good, Steve. Just putting up Christmas trees and Christmas lights and stuff, you know.
Getting ready for the holiday season.
Oh, yeah. I got 5 trees put up. I got 2 more to go. And I got one string of lights on the house. Now I got to start working on the fences and the hedges, lighting them all up, you know. But, yeah, it's just going good, splitting a little. Well, I ain't splitting the wood. My yard man does the splitting and the stacking. I sit there and drink beer and point. That's about my job in the whole situation. But, yeah, I just figured I might ought to call in tonight before I doze off. And, yeah, I ain't seen no red wave for sure.
That's the way things are looking. Yes, sir. Very interesting night.
Yeah, I guess we'll figure it out in a day or two, I reckon. I believe there's going to be a couple of runoffs, so way it's looking.
That's the way it looks in the state of Georgia. I don't know. I just several people are commenting on who in their right mind is going to vote for Governor Kemp in Georgia and then say we need Warnock in D.C. That's I mean, that makes no sense whatsoever.
I can't believe AOC got reelected.
Yeah, you got to look at the makeup of her district there in New York.
Yeah, I know that's right.
I mean, hell, Charlie Schumer got elected again. How about old Chuck Schumer, you know?
Couldn't believe that. I couldn't believe that. But, yeah, anyway, I just thought I'd ring your bell and holler at you there for a minute or two. Hey, it was good to hear from old Gouger.
Yeah.
I know he called in the other night and called in again tonight. It's been a while since he was on there. Of course, you know how he is when he gets that Marina Del Rey down in that swamp. He don't come out for nothing.
That's correct. He's been doing a lot of deer hunting. That's what he told me.
Yeah.
Had his granddaughter out there. Let me see. Seen unseen. Really, you're right. It makes you wonder. He said, am I being negative? I'm telling you the truth. There is no ticket splitting. Come on. Can you actually sit there and believe that voters would say, I like Governor Kemp, but we need Warnock in D.C.? Now, that's obviously the Georgia race. Valid point. How does it happen, though? He said this is the fake media trying to brainwash you into thinking that could actually be what happened in the state of Georgia. New York Times apparently is also, Pappy mentioned what Fox News had put the check mark on Fetterman. A headline, New York Times from about 5 minutes ago says John Fetterman, the unconventional tattooed figure whom Democrats poured their hopes of preserving their hold on the Senate, defeated Mehmet Oz, capturing Pennsylvania's Senate race, according to the New York Times projections. That would be actually flipping a seat that had been in Republican hands, which would be a huge victory for Democrats on a night that many expected would deliver a rebuke to the Democrat Party nationally. Yeah, Republicans framing the midterms as a referendum on Biden over the high inflation, the illegal immigration, the crime that sweeps the country. All right, Scarecrow, got you coming up in just a moment. Let me get to Steve there in Florida. What do you say, Steve?
Hey, Steve, it looks like that red wave turned into a puddle, huh?
That's what it's looking like.
Man, I'll tell you, Steve, it's just absolutely amazing that over 50% of this country is voting for socialism. It's just absolutely incredible. Because there were some good candidates out there, you know, like Arizona, Nevada. Laxalt's, I mean, they're only got 30% of the vote is in right now, and I think he's about 11 behind last time I looked. Blake Masters, I don't think he's going to be able to catch up. Even Arizona, Steve, isn't that amazing that Arizona is such a Democratic state now? Is that just because people from California have been flocking there and taking their voting habits with them?
Arizona was having all kinds of trouble with Maricopa County. What a debacle that was with the machines this past day. Yeah.
Yep, I read about that. They were telling people to fill out a paper ballot and put it in a box. Yeah, okay. But, yeah, Steve, what a disappointment, man. I mean, I don't know what the deal is. Like you were talking about, usually, you know, when the incumbent governor wins by more than 7 points, which Brian Kemp did, usually they coattail down the ticket, and usually whoever's running below him will win.
Certainly.
You know, by at least 2 or 3 points. Now, I did notice one thing, that there was a libertarian running in the Georgia Senate race, and he took up 2.1% of the vote, which that tends to help Democrats and hurt Republicans when you have a libertarian in there, because they're not going to vote Democrat. So if they had a choice, they would vote Republican. So that 2% could have, helped Walker out maybe. But I think it's going to end up in a runoff, Steve, because I'm looking at it right now, and it's at 98%. The vote is in. And Warnock is at 49.4, and Walker's at 48.6. So I don't think either one of them are going to get to 50. I think it's pretty much impossible.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
But, it's 1:45 in the morning. They let this thing drag on. People go to sleep. Look what happens when you wake up.
Deja vu.
Deja vu, yeah. But I'll tell you, Steve, who was that? Buckshot that was talking about, or Buckeye Boy?
Yes.
What is wrong with these people in these states? I mean, Steve, look how close Wisconsin was with Ron Johnson. That guy's a fantastic senator, and he gets a lot of stuff done, and he barely won the state of Wisconsin. I mean, by like 1.5 points against a real radical socialist he was running against. So it's just mind-boggling, Steve, how people can vote for, basically 2-4 more years of the same crap. But one thing I do think has an effect on it, and that's social media. I was reading an article the other day that they submerge conservative news and how you get your election stuff like that 11 times more than Democrats. So they give a Democrat 11 times more positive coverage than they do to conservative candidates. And that's as far as, when you go into Google, they censor the information. think that was what Buckeye's point was, that people aren't informed on what the heck's going on in this country. And I think that's one of the big reasons is social media, Twitter, Facebook, Google, all that stuff. People just aren't paying attention. And you can tell by looking at what happened tonight. I mean, people like us, we're paying attention to this stuff, and we thought, man, it's going to be crazy. We're going to take all kinds of seats. Man. I don't know, Steve. But, yeah, it looks like Georgia's going to have a runoff, so we'll see what happens on December 6th.
Yeah.
I don't know how that works out. Is that just a one-day deal of voting where everybody goes on one day?
I don't know if they have early voting for a runoff or not.
I've never been involved in that, but I guess I will be this time around. But, yeah, then you look at Florida, Steve. I mean, DeSantis, Rubio, all the congressional seats, I mean, they just wiped them out. It wasn't even close. I don't know, but pretty disappointing.
Yeah, I guess you could say if anybody saw a red wave, you'd obviously say Florida saw a red wave, especially when you're talking Miami-Dade, going to Republicans. That's typically the Democrat stronghold.
Yes, sir. And the Hispanic vote turned out. And that could be another reason, Steve. Maybe they just didn't. I noticed listening to some stations that they didn't have, in some of these precincts, they didn't have the turnout that they expected, in a lot of places. Although Georgia, they had, 22 million people vote? Something like that. I mean, that's got to be a record for a midterm. But anyway, if we can just at least take control of the House, they can put the brakes on all this spending crap.
Yep.
But yeah, it's a big disappointment tonight, Steve. So pretty windy down here, though. We got a tropical storm coming through, I believe, tonight.
Wednesday night before the sun comes up Thursday morning. It's supposed to be Hurricane Nicole by that point.
I don't know if I'll be driving down to Tampa tomorrow night, because right now the winds are blowing about 25, and I think tomorrow is supposed to be 40, 50 mile an hour gusts, and kind of hard to pull empty doubles down the highway.
Yeah,
with those kind of winds.
Those wiggle wagons would be wiggling all over the place, right? I hear you. All right, you flip from one source to another. The Politico, I'm looking here. Politico says no red wave yet in the battle for the Senate. Control of the Senate still hangs in the balance. Democrats notching their first flip of the night in Pennsylvania. Right now, Wisconsin and Georgia too close to call. Vote counting just getting started in the West Coast battlegrounds of Nevada and Arizona. So big races to continue to watch. Right now, though, again, Warnock up just slightly. 49.4% over Herschel Walker at 48.6%. Boy, very, very tight. And we'll return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here. Scarecrow, hey there. Good morning.
Well, good morning, Steve. It may not be a red wave, but as long as there's ripples out there, I guess at this point we'll have to go with that. You know, I'm sure it was all the same in all the other states. You know, both the state and federal level here in Wisconsin, they beat that abortion drum, Social Security and Medicare. That was in the news every day. That's all they had to, all the left had to work with, you know. But you know, and we have talked about this X number of times in the past. The short memory of the voting public. Between that and the masses that vote on name recognition, you know, a huge portion of the voting public doesn't have a true clue, you know, about what's really, you know, up for grabs and whatnot. They just, they probably pay little attention to the news, if anything. And but yeah, as long as there's movement, I guess we're gonna have to be satisfied with that. Regarding the Hillbilly text call there, well, I sure don't want my bride to hear about that. I've got her whittled down from about 7 Christmas trees in the house to 2, and that's all it would take for some inspiration from him to, you know, flip that around again. Oh no, shucks, I mean, it's a true sign of the seasons, but she at one time had a tree in every single room in the house, and I thought, oh no, seasons are changing, doggone. What the heck are forecast? Let's see, this is Wednesday. This is Wednesday, ain't it?
It's already hump day. It is, yes.
Yeah, man, I think we're up in the 60s today, if I remember right. Low 60s maybe. Tomorrow, Thursday, I think upper 60s, and they're down in the 30s come Friday and into the weekend, and lows down the low 20s to high teens. So, but yeah, the true sign of the coming seasons, there was no less than 6 residents that had their houses all lit up on my drive in to work, you know, this morning or last night or other way. There's always a couple that want to break the ice, and everybody else takes a cue from them, I guess. But, yeah, Saturday evening we I had a large get together, and ran into a couple we haven't communicated with on a regular basis. We're well acquainted with them though. They're about my age, but they retired. Were able to retire early. And they bought a place down in Florida. In fact, it was 2 years ago, they said. And they actually just closed on their house up here, I think Thursday. They sold it to their daughter. But either way, they have not been back to Florida since the hurricane. And their place is actually out on that Pine Island, just in the waters, you know, out from Fort Myers there. Now, it sounds like their house is okay. I mean, the media made it sound like the entire, you know, area was flattened, but that's where the cameras go. No, the fella that sold them that house, he's big in sailing, fairly respectable boat, the way it sounds like. But either way, he's been living there and keeping an eye on the property while they are gone, and so they've been getting reports on it and whatnot, and it all needs to be gutted, and likewise the exterior, all the siding, it sucked up water and whatnot, and the roof was only a year and a half old, so that'll have to go. But the shell of the house is still there, but they said they were leaving yesterday with their camper in tow, and I'm sure the news of a pending hurricane or even heavy winds and weather coming across the state maybe has them a little uneasy.
Not the news they would want to hear, right? Hey, I got to get my news break top of the hour. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
USA Radio News.
Control of both chambers of Congress is on the line, with the GOP needing net gains of just 1 seat to win the Senate and 5 seats to win the House. Governorships, secretaries of states, and attorneys general are also on the ballot. As expected, not all election results will be available right away. Polls are now closed in Pennsylvania, but counting there will take longer than expected. Democrat John Fetterman is the state's lieutenant governor, and Republican Mehmet Oz is a celebrity doctor and first-time candidate. The two are facing off for an open U.S. Senate seat. Philadelphia City Commissioners recently decided on a measure that will delay vote counting for the city of 1.57 million. Voting was extended until 10 p.m. in Luzerne County, 2 hours later than polls in the rest of the state, after the county had issues with ballots. Things in Florida seem a little more certain. Here's Florida Governor Ron DeSantis championing his incumbent victory.
Florida was a refuge of sanity when the world went mad. We stood as a citadel of freedom for people across this country and indeed across the world. We faced attacks. We took the hits. We weathered the storms, but we stood our ground. We did not back down. We had the conviction to guide us, and we had the courage to lead.
The polls aren't the only spot of this nation's competitions. Georgia took over the top spot in the college football playoff top 25 rankings released Tuesday night after its impressive 27-13 win over previous number 1 Tennessee last weekend. This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code. The buy one, get one extravaganza going on right now at mypillow.com.
Ridership levels at Lyft are still below what they were prior to the pandemic. That's according to the company's latest quarterly earnings report. Revenue growth is also slowing. That news sent shares plummeting. The effects of inflation are continuing to be felt by many Americans.
Sometimes inflation isn't so bad. Social Security's up and changes are coming to benefit your health savings and flexible spending accounts next year. In 2023, employees can put away as much as $3,050 in an FSA, an increase of about 7%. And single workers who want to fund an HSA can save up to $3,850 next year, which is a 5.5% increase from 2022, while families can save up to $7,750. That's up 6.2%. From the USA Radio News Washington, D.C. Bureau, I'm Victoria Idoni.
Columbus, Ohio City Attorney plans on suing automakers Kia and Hyundai. Zach Klein says the South Korean car makers failed to install anti-theft technology in some vehicles. Thefts of Kias and Hyundais are soaring across the country, including Columbus, where thefts are up over 450% since last year. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
Suspense.
The shadow knows.
Mystery in the air. Starring Peter Lorre.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night.
The greatest radio shows of all time, Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox, on this radio station or at our webpage, classicradio.stream. That's classicradio.stream. Or search your favorite podcast app.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Thank you much. Welcome back here. I'm looking at email from Scooter. You know, you may be right, Scooter. He said, the people of Pennsylvania deserve the hell they voted for. Not one seat in Pennsylvania flipped and lost the Senate seat to a stroke victim. Trump-backed candidates failed to seize a huge opportunity You couple this with the crushing win by DeSantis in Florida. That could be a death blow to Trump's 2024 run. I guess if he proceeds to move forward, might this change things, the way things unfolded this past day? Eskimo Mom had a long day. She's back at the home 20. She said, I did survive a 14-hour day while on my staycation to work at the polling location. Yeah, now we cover multiple precincts. In some cases, there were precincts that actually broke records today. Either way, I'm struggling to stay awake, so everybody be safe out there. All right, get you some rest. I guess thanks for your volunteering your time there to work at the polls. Definitely makes for a long day. All right, Scarecrow, welcome back.
Steve, have we heard anything from Heat Wave this morning?
Not yet.
Oh, you don't suppose we have a newly crowned billionaire in our midst, do you?
All right.
Yeah, you know, he kind of dips into California on a routine basis there, does he not?
Yeah.
Well, I'm thinking, boy, he may become part owner of that company that he's currently driving for there, or at least offer to bail them out, huh?
They could use that.
I'm thinking of why, maybe not so wise investment. Well, Heat Wave, if you're out there, be it known that I've always been your best friend. Yeah, you know, it just, what more can I say? You know, you're looking into your family tree and whatnot. You know, we just might be shoestring relation there. So yeah, I'll be reaching out with an open palm. I mean, an open hand to help you. You know, count those winnings and whatnot.
Right. Yeah.
Keep all them wolves away that are going to come knocking on his door and whatnot there away. Leading up to the drawing last night, Steve, I was dwelling on, you know, I don't think very few in this country, very few could wrap their heads around what $1 billion, you know, is. I mean, everybody's lining up to buy the tickets and whatnot, and then the news reporters, they're, you know, each local news program, they're at a retailer, you know, ticket sales, and asking individuals what they're going to do if they win.
Right.
Everybody's going to get a new car and maybe travel a little bit. And my thoughts are, okay, you're maybe up to 100,000 now. You know, the big picture, it's certainly not anywhere near what, you know, reality, you know, would become in that case. You know, I just poked the numbers here real easy when we were waiting for the drawing to take place. I did send you an email. I don't know if you opened it last night or not, but I thought, well, they're holding back my winnings.
Yes, and you're going to charge them interest, $10,800 an hour.
Yeah, I'm going to charge them a very generous 5% interest, you know, on this it was $1.9 billion at that time. You know, and that worked out to roughly $10,800 per hour. You know, so I figure, well, they would have owed me $100,000 on top of that $1.9 billion.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know where you could ever, you know, secure $1 billion for 5% interest. But like I say, I'm a generous soul. So either way, that's, I guess, kind of, I've led into the BS session for the week here, so I don't know what I'm going to do on Friday, but we'll leave it at that and wait for a Heat Wave to respond and whatnot. So I got to go see the fuel desk here, so we'll catch up.
All right. Well, have a great morning. Thanks for checking in. I know our old pal Doc Holliday bought some Powerball tickets there in California. Santa Claus, he's over in the Midwest. I don't know if he wasn't in California, didn't have a chance to purchase tickets in California for Monday night's drawing. All right, it is 844-844-3388. Some of the other issues being voted on the past day, mentioned out of the box, there are four states, I believe 4 or 5 states, that the people were voting on legalizing recreational marijuana. Maryland gave it a thumbs up, 65.5% to legalize, 34.5% to not legalize. So, yeah, legalized recreational marijuana in Maryland. Looks like all the other states are in line to say no. Arkansas, issue 4, which would have legalized marijuana. 56% no to 43% yes. North Dakota also had that legalizing marijuana for people over 21. 55% said nay, 45% yay. So it's a no-go in Arkansas, no-go in North Dakota. Looks like South Dakota with 88% of the vote in, 53% at this point saying no, 46% saying yes. So it looks like it's going to go down as a negative in South Dakota. Colorado, which legalized recreational marijuana years ago, they were one of the first states to legalize it. They actually have the people voting this past day on decriminalizing the use of hallucinogenics like mushrooms and things like that, plants and fungi. Right now, it's razor thin. Looks like 50.9% saying yes to 49.1% saying no. That's with 67% of the vote in, so there's a lot yet to be counted. But legalizing the likes of hallucinogens in the state of Colorado, some crazy stuff on the ballot. In the state of Minnesota, I think, Ryan, is that correct, on board? Good morning.
Yes, it is. Good morning, Steve. And I'm actually just surprised on the outcomes here in my state. I live in the home city of the famous Mayo Clinic in Rochester, and looks like we've pretty much made the same exact voting pattern as we did back in 2018, and it's looking like that Governor Walz is going to have another split legislature yet again.
Mm-hmm.
What has changed, though, is that currently Walz is currently behind in his 2018 polling numbers, though. If you compare this year's polling numbers to in 2018 polling numbers, that he is pulling behind. And I think part of it is the growing popularity of the third-party movement in Minnesota.
You've got Ilhan Omar there in your state. Is that correct? She actually won re-election.
Yeah.
Now, is that what does she represent? Does she represent that district that is the big, what is it, the Muslim community there?
Yes. That would be correct. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, because it just
and most of her vote comes directly just from within the city.
Okay.
I mean, outlying areas. It's like you live in the Twin Cities. I mean, that's the core of the majority populace vote that decides the governorship and state elected offices and stuff like that. I mean, if you look at rural Minnesota, it's mainly conservative, and what I've been noticing is people are moving into the more populous community to help the Democrats get elected.
Right. Well, just amazing. Well, thank you for checking in this morning, Ryan. Appreciate your call there in the state of Minnesota. Let's see. Politico on the Senate side. Politico is saying showing 48 Senate seats, Democrat, 47 Republican. their prediction, Politico's prediction for the 5 remaining seats, 1 solid Republican. The other 4, they've got all as a toss-up right now. Eagle is on board here on a Wednesday. Good morning, Eagle. Hello, Eagle. Okay, he may have dropped off or he may have fallen asleep. I'm not exactly sure. Let's see if the phones are working correctly here. Midnight special.
Hey, good morning, Steve.
All right, phones are working. Eagle must have dozed off.
He needs to go. He needs to go buy Beto O'Rourke. Tell him he needs to change his name now. Since he lost.
Yes, he did. Again, 2-time loser.
2-time loser. Time to go home. They had a close race here in North Carolina. Ted Budd was able to pull it off. I'm glad he was able to pull it off. Polls kept showing Beasley was going to take him out, but he done it. But Steve, that good-looking girl out in Arizona, did she win? I haven't heard him say much about her. That governor race.
I'm trying to recall. Was it Lake?
Carrie Lake.
Carrie
yeah.
Lake. I'll have to pull that. I mean, Arizona, they're probably still real early in the counting there.
Yeah, I tell you what, I'd vote for her just because she's so good looking.
Right.
But I just can't help but wonder what those people up there in Pennsylvania and Minnesota and New York, what they're thinking. Vote these people back in. It's just unreal.
Apparently, the people in New York, I guess they're not concerned with the no cash bail, the rampant crime that's sweeping the city there. I guess they don't care.
Yeah, I can't help but wonder if egg roll Mang's up there riding around tonight. You never know. But
I just pulled up the numbers out of Arizona there. You got Carrie Lake on the Republican side, Katie Hobbs, right? With 55% in, Katie Hobbs, a big-time lead, 57% to 43% for Carrie Lake. So it looks like the Democrats going to take Arizona.
Wow. I know Carrie Lake. She's always on Newsmax. She talks some good stuff. But I was hoping she helped those people out of Arizona. They need all they can get out there.
A lot of times they get the big city numbers in first, and then you get some, because obviously, the Democrats always do well in the big cities, and you get to the outlying areas. And Carrie, she may be able to pick up some ground, but that's a pretty significant deficit she's got with about halfway through the county.
Yeah, I don't know if she can make that up. That's pretty good lead there, like you said, through the halfway through. But I guess we're gonna sit back and get ready for this storm to come through over here in eastern North Carolina this weekend.
Sound like you're going to get a lot of rain. Yes, indeed.
Yeah, we need the rain. It hasn't rained much in the last month, but we need the rain. But they talk like we might get a little bit of wind too. So at least I'll be at the house. I kick back in the recliner.
Yeah, be like a little bit of a tropical storm in North Carolina. Yes, sir.
Yeah, well, that's all I got, Steve. Well, have a good night.
Thank you for checking in. The Midnight Special will return in 2.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yeah, getting a lot of emails. Steve helping send me some screenshots from, I believe, Politico. I think that's, anyway, in regards to the elections. Headline, Democrats' razor-thin House majority is in extreme danger. That was posted a little after 2 o'clock Eastern time this morning here, about 20 minutes ago, a little less than that. It looks like right now, as far as the House is concerned, you need 218 to hit the majority. Republicans have 192 House seats, Democrats at 166 right now. After 4 years in the minority, Republicans are well positioned to reclaim control of the House. So, all right, thanks for the update there. On out to the state of Nevada, where things are very tight. Let's see. First of all, in the governor's race there, the Democrat leading right now, 49.8. And Lombardo, the Republican, 46.8. So, okay, they're not even halfway there. It's 48% of the vote in for the Senate seat there. Currently, the Democrat is leading. That's Cortez Masto, 51.2, to the Republican Laxalt at 46%. Again, another Senate seat that the Republicans would sure like to take, but all right. Rubber Duck, what's happening?
Hey, you ain't gonna believe this. It's not a trucker story. We went to vote, and about a quarter mile from the house, they had a voting polling place at the bus depot. So I went up and checked in, and they said, no, you need to go vote at another place. It was about 3 miles away. Well, we also had e-learning, so Kim had the grandkids here at the house. So I go to vote, and I come back, and I told Kimmy, I said, hey, don't go down to the bus depot. You know, when you go to vote, you've got to go up to the lodge. So the lodge is as a county park, big parking lot. The walkways difficult for elderly people, especially those with walkers and canes and stuff. Long line. Well, Kim gets up there, and they said, no, ma'am, you need to go to the bus depot. That was where I went and told, we're not registered in that district. We needed to go to the other district. How do two people
that live in the same address, same house, I mean, they have you registered?
Same address, same voter registrations, registered at the same time, got our Indiana driver's licenses at the same time? How in the world where's my vote? Did it go to the right precinct? Did it go to the wrong precinct? And we're not the only ones we heard a few other people it happened to. I'm got a contact with the mayor. He's actually said he talked to the county, and he said, no, you're in two different districts. And he says, no, this is bullshit. He was a state senator before he was mayor.
Right.
But yeah, this is
something.
Wonder how many other.
Yeah.
This is northern Indiana. This is LaPorte County. But yeah, I wonder how many other, if not just Indiana, but how many other in the country. I've never heard of this, ever. The whole time of my life, my mom and dad voted at the same elementary school. You know what I mean? Yeah. For 65 years now, they've been married.
Well, I mean, it's virtually impossible to live in the same residence and have two different voting precincts. That's impossible. You're in one or the other.
My next-door neighbor, she was told to go vote at the lodge. She lives to the house to, I guess that would be to my north, 20 feet. I haven't talked to my other neighbor. I think he's out of town. I think he voted early. But the first time we voted here, it was COVID because we had to wear a mask. I think this last election, 21, there wasn't really anything I had to worry about. I was out of town trying to make money, so I think I skipped that one. But I remember going to the courthouse. But we went on election day because we wanted to make sure that our vote counted. We didn't trust the early voting. But still, hey, I never got a receipt. I get a receipt that I check in. I get a receipt that I am who I am, and my address is there, and I'm a registered Republican. And then I've got these two weird little marks next to me like, God, I thought those were like a gender thing that they gave us in biology back in the day. I don't know. But when I get done with my vote, I push a button, the screen goes blank. I do not know that my vote counted.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, that's what we're supposed to have trust in the system, as they say, which, a lot of people these days don't have that trust they had a number of years ago. But, all right, an interesting story. Two people, same household. You vote here and you vote there. News break time.
USA Radio News.
Republicans will need to flip just 5 seats in order to win majority control of the House of Representatives, and just need to net 1 seat to overcome Democrats' marginal 50-seat majority in the Senate. The first congressional seats to flip were in Florida, where Republican Anna Paulina Luna defeated Democratic candidate Eric Lynn. The district had previously been represented by Democrat Charlie Crist, who left the office to launch an unsuccessful challenge against Republican Governor Ron DeSantis. In Virginia, Republican Jen Kiggins ousted Democratic Representative Elaine Luria. The other incumbent in a toss-up race, Democratic Representative Abigail Spanberger, secured re-election with about 52% of the vote. This is USA Radio News.
Texting enrolls you into reoccurring automated text messages. Message and data rates may apply.
Come on, one more rep. You got this.
10.
There it is. Nice work, man. You're a beast.
Thanks, man. I feel better than I have in years. And I got to tell you, taking Nugenix makes a huge difference for me.
Nugenix? That's the testosterone booster with TV ads with Frank Thomas. The big hurt, right?
Oh, yeah. The patented key ingredient is Testofen, which helps boost free testosterone levels and increase lean muscle mass.
Well, it's clearly working for you. Hey, are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try for themselves?
Yeah, Nugenix is a great way to increase lean muscle and feel stronger with more energy and endurance.
Man, I need to get a complimentary bottle of Nugenix.
No problem. You just got to send them a text. Text GRIT to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix, the #1 selling free testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of new Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help get you back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text GRIT to 321-321. That's GRIT to 321.
We share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Meanwhile, down in the Sunshine State, I guess earlier in the day, Tuesday, NASA had announced they were sticking to their time frame, planning to launch the Artemis 1 rocket on Monday of next week. Based on the forecast, looks like, they've done an about-face, and they've now delayed the launch of the Artemis 1 as Tropical Storm Nicole inches closer to the state. All right, they've scrubbed Monday. Tentatively now they bumped it to Wednesday of next week, Wednesday, November the 16th. Adjusting the target launch date will allow the workforce to tend to the needs of their families and their homes and provide sufficient logistical time to get back into launch status after the storm passes by. A launch during a 2-hour window that opens 1:04 a.m. next Wednesday morning, which we would be live. If they are actually able to pull that off, maybe we can carry that coverage live on the program here. That would result in a splashdown on Friday, December the 11th. If they need, they have a backup launch opportunity on Saturday. That would be the 19th. And they'll coordinate with the U.S. Space Force if needed for additional launch opportunities. All right, so the Artemis 1, first in a series of missions not seen in 50 years that ultimately looks to send astronauts back to the moon. All right, who we got? Coming up, we'll get to Philip. Dan, I believe, is next on the list here. Morning, Dan.
Good morning, Steve. Well, I'm probably as surprised as everybody else is. I kind of am and I'm not. I'll be honest with you, Steve. I have been saying to my wife for several weeks or a few months, this country is obsessed with abortion. And I really do think the Democrats at least got that right. Because of the exit polls, correct me if I'm wrong, that was a high item. I mean, that was one of the top 3 reasons that so many of these Democrats kept their seats, are the ones that were open seats. And if the Republicans can't win with this type of an economy and what's coming down the road, I don't know how they could ever win, especially against this president. And I just, I know people call in, and I hear this a lot. I'm not proud of America. Any country that would sit there and make a centerpiece of their democracy, as they call it, the right to kill an unborn child, God help you, and I mean that literally, not at all figure. I mean it literally, because that's the only thing, in my estimation, that's going to save it. I really, I guess I'm shocked. Has Herschel Walker lost, or is that still in a toss-up stage?
That's still too close to call, as they say. Right now, it looks like 49.3% Warnock, 48.6% Herschel Walker. It's showing with 99% reporting. So I believe that ultimately goes to a runoff. Someone has to cross the 50% threshold in Georgia.
50% plus one, right? And well, I mean, at least we'll have another bite off the apple. I guess that's appropriate to say it that way.
If they go to a runoff, I'm not even sure, because they've got a third candidate. There's an independent in there or whatever that's got that other portion of a percent. Would it just be the two in a runoff? Because how do you break 50%?
Yeah, the top two.
Okay.
The top two. When I said a bite off another apple, I meant that a second bite of the apple. They right. It's the top two, then go.
Okay.
And have you heard anything about Alaska?
I guess very, very early on the numbers there. What are we looking at? That would be that's the governor race with Sarah Palin in it, isn't it?
No, she's running for Congress, a congressional seat.
Okay. Yeah,
they only have one congressman.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any numbers from Alaska yet.
Yeah, see, they've got that ranked voting, which is another thing. I don't get it, but I mean, the only thing, I mean, there's some people that I mean, they're just going to vote for their Democratic Party. They don't care about the facts. They don't care about their jobs. They don't care about the abortion. All they know is they feel good voting that way. And that's the way either they've been taught or that's the way they've been brainwashed.
Yeah.
And they really don't care that they don't know the issues. And I mean, for a while there earlier, maybe you were still snoozing, but in the early part of the evening, J.D. Vance was behind by quite a few thousand votes. And I'm thinking, wow, you understand what I'm saying?
And that's another where I question, how was J.D. Vance behind? So because Mike DeWine, the Republican who won the governorship, I mean, they called him as the winner, really, really early. And when they called him the winner, J.D. Vance was behind, which there's another one that doesn't make a lot of sense.
Well, what's happened is that it used to be the big cities, like you're finding, I don't know if you know this or not, but up in Wayne County, which is Detroit, they quit counting for the night. They're coming back in the morning. Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is 2020 deja vu. They're going to come back in the morning. So, but it used to be the big cities, because of the volume of voters, would be the last to report. And that's what happened in Pennsylvania in 2020 in the presidential election, Philadelphia. Well, now it seems as though the big cities, at least in Ohio, where the Cuyahoga County, is that Cleveland or Akron? Is that set up? Yeah. Well, they came in real quick. Those places, and I mean, I give them credit for doing that. They came in pretty quick. and I believe Hamilton County was one of the last to report. Is Cincinnati in Hamilton or Butler County?
Hamilton County.
Yeah, I think they might have been late, but I mean, Vance won by a pretty larger margin. I
Like
think he was
6 points, ultimately. It was 6 percentage points, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, that was about right with him. I thought he was supposed to be about 10%, 10 points, but 6 percentage points. But it was those rural areas, and I happen to live in a very liberal area in Missouri, St. Louis County, and my wife and I are the nomads there. But I think what you're finding out what's going to happen more and more is people who are traditional, conservative, traditional values type individuals, conservative principles, they're going to want to start moving to people that they can associate with. And you're going to find more and more of these states, you're going to find that happening too. I know one thing. I wouldn't live in Illinois, which is right across the river from me. I mean, they're all happy. They're putting mobile abortion bans. I don't know if you saw that. They're actually buying mobile abortion bans to put them on the state line with Missouri and Indiana and Kentucky. So I mean, I just can't relate to people like that, and I can't be proud of any country that this is the centerpiece of one of their rights. I can't. I don't know what else to say. I mean, it shocked me, but it kind of didn't shock me because you get to talking to people and you really get to know them, and so as it stands right now, I can't stand the guy, Karl Rove, but he predicted that the Democrats and the Republicans are going to end up with 222 seats in Congress.
Yep.
And they're basically exchanging places with the Democrats. And then the Senate, they may get by one. They may, if Walker can pull it out, won't they then be 51?
Well, right.
49.
The way things are right now, there's a total of 5 Senate races that haven't been called. Yeah, Herschel Walker, I think, that's one of them. They're considering that a toss-up. The 4 of the 5 are a toss-up. So right now it's I think it's 48 to 48 as far as Senate seats. You got...
So who do you have? Walker? Have they called Pennsylvania yet?
They called that for Fetterman, yes. Fetterman took Pennsylvania.
Well, and see, what's going to end up happening there? And if I hear one more person say to me that makes excuses for Joe Biden of his age, I'm not going to listen to him because he made a good point. He called Fetterman's wife, "You're going to be a good senator." And I think Fetterman is going to bow out, and that governor is going to appoint his wife the senator. And I mean, I do that. So they called that for Fetterman, which is incredible. But what's the other one that Ron Johnson won in Wisconsin, didn't he?
Yes.
He did?
If memory serves, I'd have to pull it up to make sure. I pulled up your Alaska, though. You were asking about that, and that's kind of interesting, because you had Lisa Murkowski, who oftentimes votes with the Democrats. Kelly Tshibaka is actually leading. She's got 47% of the vote. Murkowski has 40%, and the Democrats at 9.2%. So,
well, she was strongly backed by President Trump. And do they say where Sarah Palin's at as the congresswoman?
Let's see. Right now it says Peltola. That now for that seat, the Democrat has 44.6. Sarah Palin in second with about 27%. Bijik is in third with 25%. With that, you mentioned they've got that whole ranked voting system thing there. So you're
that Democrat now he'll win.
Yeah,
if that's a he, but that person will win
because Sarah Palin and Nick are going to split the Republican vote.
They're splitting the Republican ballot, and see that. But it is kind of sweet to see Murkowski if she ends up losing.
Yeah,
that Murkowski loses because this whole thing was put in place with her and Mitch McConnell. To you know what I'm saying, to secure, to make sure she could win keep the seat. So if there's 7 points that separates Murkowski from is it Shabaka? Is that type Shabaka or something like that?
Right.
Kelly. If it's 7 points, well then that Kelly should stand the win. Because I believe that the person in the top position gets more of the votes, is what it is. They take the bottom votes and they give the proportional. I don't know how that's legal constitutionally. I really don't. If I vote for Steve Summers for a position, God help you if you ever ran for office, right?
Right.
But if I vote for Steve Summers, and then you say, well, okay, Steve came in third, but we're going to take your vote for Steve that you made for Steve, and we're going to give it to somebody else. How is that legal?
Ranked choice voting, I don't understand it. I guess Alaska's the first and only state that's got that going on right now. But
yeah, let's hope it stops that way. But that's a plus because Murkowski is undependable. The other person who has a big decision to make, because he will not be in office, he will not win next time, is Joe Manchin. Because that might become either the 51st or the 52nd vote for the Republicans in the Senate if Walker wins. I don't know what the other toss-ups were. If we're at 48-48, I don't know what the other ones besides Walker were, but I don't see how that Democrat could win in Alaska. You know what I mean?
Right.
He's third place, but anyway, I just, like I say, I was kind of surprised, but not really. And that's the reason I wasn't. You look at the state of Kansas, where I know some people and actually have some family members that live there. And when you look back in the summer, and they passed that very liberal abortion law, that was really a shock to me. You know what I'm saying? And that kind of gave us, to me, a window into the voters. And I know Kansas, and I thought it was as red state as possible, but it's not. And as a matter of fact, they just reelected, I think, a very liberal governor, Laura Kelly. So, I'm surprised. But did Chabot, Chabot, did he win?
You know what? I had not seen anything about Chabot. I'll have to double check that. Yeah, because he's my representative.
Yeah, he's your representative. That's what I figured. And I guess you live in Hamilton County, right?
Correct.
And that's where he's from. Cincinnati, Greater Cincinnati must be more than one or two counties that make it up, correct? I'm right in that assumption.
I just pulled it up here, and it looks like Greg Landsman is actually ahead of Steve Chabot. It's 52.5 to 47, so Chabot's going to lose.
Yeah, Chabot will lose. Yeah. But he's always been, they say he's never won by much. But, like I say, I really, these areas now, you get these young people who are under age 30, it's almost like to be a member of that generation, they have to vote Democratic, or that's the in thing to do. But I really thought this economy, what we're faced with and what we're going into, I guess the American people are okay with it, right? I mean, if you base it on their voting.
If you see all the polls leading up to the election, I mean, there's time and time again, the economy, inflation, fuel prices, gas prices, and food prices were all supposedly the top issues. But, yeah, that's what the Republicans had capitalized on. But, yeah, I'm looking here. You know, Shabbat he was a House member. Then he lost, I think, 2 elections ago. Come back and ran for election and won again. So he was in, then out, in, and now he is out again. Yeah, Representative Steve Sabat defending a Cincinnati area seat against Greg Landsman. That's one of the hotly contested congressional races, but that's a flip. Greg Landsman takes that spot. So, flipping to a Democrat congressman there in the House. So that was kind of a surprise. Back to Alaska, though, where I guess, about halfway through there, what do we see? The Division of Elections, which that whole ranked choice thing, it's really screwy there. I don't understand how, as far, you had Sarah Palin and this guy by the name of Nick Bijik, both Republicans, running against a Democrat, Peltola. And there's actually a 4th candidate in the mix there, a libertarian or something. But, you would think if you want to have a Republican actually have any chance of taking the seat, one of those two would have had to bow out. Sarah Palin or Nick Bijik, because what you're going to end up with Peltola at 44.6% of the vote, that's the Democrat. Now, if one of the two, Nick or Sarah, had bowed out, they'd have well over 50% for the Republican. 27.8 for Sarah Palin, 25.5 for Bijik. Now, they say the Division of Elections, only counting first-place votes this week, it's likely that the congressional races won't be decided until what they call their second rankings are tallied on November the 23rd. That's when the division eliminates the 3rd and 4th place finishers, which right now it would actually be Bijik and whoever that 4th place candidate is, and they reallocate the ballots according to the voters' rankings. Now, the Senate race, the contest between Murkowski, who's held that seat for 20 years, and one of the most moderate Republican senators, and Shabaka, who has the endorsement of Donald Trump and the state of Alaska's Republican Party. Murkowski says she's still a Republican, despite the current direction of the party, but she oftentimes had voted with the Democrats. If there's anyone that would be considered what we call a rhino, Murkowski would fit that category big time, All right, so interesting numbers there. It is 844-844-3388. What's going on, Philip?
Hey, buddy, how you doing?
Well, y'all had a good election day there in Florida as far as the so-called red wave. Now, the rest of the country, that left a bit to be desired.
Well, I got to say congratulations to all the rural areas outside of the big cities, because that's what pretty much put the Senate back in office. And Rubio, too, as well. So, I mean, that's pretty much it, I think.
I'm guessing, Philip, I guess you're on the road headed to work. Wherever you're at, though, you're in a zone where your cell connection is not good at all. So I'm going to put you on hold if you want to hang in there, because we're about a minute from news break anyway. If you're going to hang through the break, maybe you'll have a better cell when we come back. How's that sound? All right. Ever heard of Smuggler's Notch? Well, if you know, you know. If you drive through Vermont, you should definitely know Smuggler's Notch, the mountain pass, with a glorious view, especially this time of year. But it is completely off limits to tractor trailers. Plenty of signage letting truckers know stay off of Smuggler's Notch. But despite those warnings, time and time again, truckers get stuck on the pass every year. A lot of times they might be following a navigation app or just ignoring the signs. Been talking about it for years. They've tried numerous ways of keeping truckers out of there. You know, they jacked the fine up to like $1,000 for any trucker that gets stuck on Smuggler's Notch. Yeah, I guess the fine is now $2,400. That's a pretty hefty price to pay for ignoring the signs. $2,400. Stay off of Smuggler's Notch, truck drivers. All right, 844-844-3388. That's our number as we roll into Hump Day, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
Here's a look at some of the races that were called a little later after polls closed Tuesday evening. Trump-backed J.D. Vance wins his Senate seat in Ohio over Democrat Jim Ryan. That was a very close race. Vermont ends a streak as the latest state to send a woman to Congress. Vermont was the last state to have never sent a woman to Congress, but on Tuesday, Democrat Becca Balint won her race and will become the first woman and first LGBTQ person to represent the state. Maxwell Frost was elected as the first Gen Z member of Congress. That was for the district in Orlando, Florida. Florida Senator Marco Rubio wins his re-election. That was one that we knew relatively early on. We also now know that Republican Ted Budd takes North Carolina Senate seat, beating out Sherry Beasley. And Republican Governor Brian Kemp wins his second term in Georgia over Democrat Stacey Abrams.
Some polls have closed across the nation, and now voters' ballots are being counted for the 2022 midterm elections. Former President Donald Trump is explaining what victory would look like to him.
I'd say certainly a majority in both. I think we're going to do very well in the House. I hope we're going to do very well with the Senate.
President Biden saying on a radio show Tuesday, today's GOP isn't your father's Republican Party. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
And perhaps one of the most contentious elections nationwide, Democratic Governor Gretchen Whitmer won re-election in Michigan over Tudor Dixon. This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code, the buy one, get one extravaganza, going on right now at mypillow.com.
A handful of elections until this point are making history. Republican Katie Britt is the first elected female senator from Alabama. Republican Sarah Huckabee Sanders is the first elected female governor of Arkansas. Same goes for Republican Leslie Rutledge, the first female lieutenant governor of Arkansas. In Florida, Maxwell Frost is a 25-year-old Democrat. He's going to be the first member of Gen Z in Congress. And Mark Wayne Mullen, a Republican from Oklahoma, is the first Native American senator from Oklahoma in more than 100 years. He's a member of the Cherokee Nation. Here's what President Trump said ahead of the elections.
I'd say certainly a majority in both. I think we're going to do very well in the House. I hope we're going to do very well with the
recreational marijuana is set to become legal in Maryland after voters moved in favor of approving a ballot measure to change the state's constitution. This outcome is not entirely surprising. Neighboring D.C. and Virginia have already legalized recreational cannabis use. As a reminder, the drug is still illegal by federal law in all states and territories. Up in the Northeast, it's being projected that Democrat Maura Healey will become Massachusetts' first elected female governor. For USA Radio News, I'm Victoria Idoni.
David was in big trouble with the IRS.
At first, I didn't owe that much, but after this year, it was out of control.
Then David called Get a Tax Lawyer.
Right away, they were like, oh yeah, looks like you're qualified to say
Get a Tax Lawyer went to work.
Should have called way sooner.
Get a Tax Lawyer has helped thousands like David fight the IRS and get a fresh start.
Call 800-745-3070. That's 800-745-3070.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and Auto Stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this old about you, Big Ed. Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather. Whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. We'll catch it all on that Steve Summers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We gonna hear from all our friends. We gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We gonna hear from all our friends. We gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All right, we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into a Wednesday. Hey, Mike, ain't hump day. Yeah, the day after Election Day. All right. Dan, let me break it down for you. You were asking about Johnson there in Wisconsin. I mean, they're saying that's one of the, too close to call races right now. 93% in. Ron Johnson leads. It's 50.6%. To Barnes, 49.2%. About 40,000 votes separating there. So my prediction would be Johnson's going to hang on for the victory there. Georgia still labeled too close to call. 96% in, with Warnock leading Herschel Walker. Now, that's by something like, what is that, like 12,000 votes? I mean, really, really close. And, of course, that, if it goes to a runoff, you've actually had four candidates. Some guy by the name of Oliver who got 2% of the vote, 80,500 and some. And so they'll take him out of the picture. And there were close to 1,500 write-in votes there in Georgia. And I say many say that they believe Walker would actually win if that goes to a runoff. That appears to be the case. Now, for whatever reason, they're still saying it's too close to call. Arizona, 56% of the vote have been Kelly. Kelly, the Democrat there, he's pretty much got that cinched. It's 56.3% to 41%. So Arizona's, I would predict, going to the Democrat. Nevada, it's a little bit closer, but about 20,000 votes separating. The Democrat is ahead there. That would be the incumbent, Yamasto over Lexalt. So it looks like they'll likely hold that seat. The last would be Alaska. As we already discussed, that's where you've got Shabaka with 47.1, Murkowski with 40.5. Well, that's two Republicans. Yeah, the Democrat with only 9.2%. So, yeah, one way or the other, Alaska will have that one Republican seat. But that's where things stand. It's a possibility it could be 50-50 again. Yeah, really, that Georgia race may be the make or break. All right, let's try again. Philip, we got a better signal now?
I don't know. Can you hear me? A little bit better?
Yeah, not a whole lot. It kind of sounds like you're out in the middle of nowhere.
I'm right down by Epcot over here, so that was a good race last night. Now, Billings, she didn't make it. She Rubio got it. I think most of Miami voted for Rubio on that deal. There's Orange Rockets hanging out on the thing there, Steve, with the song going by. So let's see if that holds together there.
Yeah.
I'm going to roll it back.
Yeah, I'm going to.
So,
I'm sure people are having a real hard time understanding. I don't know. He's normally Normally got decent reception there. Now, in the few days after we had Hurricane Ian, I know a lot of their self-service was screwed up there in Florida, but right now that ain't not a good connection. All right, but good to have you tuned in there. And I guess congratulations on Ron DeSantis with a decisive win. And for all the talk about Marco Rubio possibly losing that Senate seat in Florida, that was a decisive win for Marco Rubio. Yeah, not even close. All right. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. Jolly Green Giant, good morning.
Good morning, Steve, and all the cartoon characters out there. I've got a hair on my little butt. My son and I ate at Bob Evans, and you know where this is at, Steve, on Coleraine Avenue.
Yes, sir.
It's on Sunday. Now, food is excellent as usual, but I noticed something on the menu, and I was totally shocked. Okay, Cracker Barrel is already serving alcoholic beverages.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Cracker Barrel and Bob Evans are family-oriented restaurants, mainly. So here we are, we're sitting down, we're eating our dinner, and I happen to look at one of the cards there on the table, and now Bob Evans is serving alcoholic beverages. Now, I'm a little bit confused. I am a Christian, and no, I do not drink. And I'm a bit confused of why the family-oriented restaurants are going to alcoholic beverages. I could understand a Texas Roadhouse or an Applebee's or restaurants like that. I could understand that with those restaurants, but I do not understand Bob Evans. All right, Bob Evans, in my opinion, caters to a lot of older people. I see a lot of older people going in to Bob Evans, more so than the younger people. So, and all of a sudden now and believe it or not, they were mixed drinks. They wasn't beer, it was mixed drinks. This is what they're serving. So it's a little confusing for me when, this restaurant, was started, basically catering to the family, Now, and I'm not trying to stereotype and saying that anyone drinks is, and it's wrong. I think that's up to the individual, to be honest with Steve. Jolly Green has been known in the past to drink an occasional beer. And I have no problem with that, but I am a little scratching my head on Cracker Barrel and Bob Evans. I really am. Now, also, you said that we're at a 50-50 on the race of the Republicans and the Democrats are. Where are we at on the Congress and where are we at on the Senate right now?
Congress looks more favorable for the Republicans to actually take control. I think the prediction of 222 seats, you need 218 to have the majority. The Senate, though, that's the one that right now it looks like a distinct possibility it may again be 50-50 split.
Okay, well, I was talking to Sex Maniac last night, and Kevin was making a statement, said, don't people understand about the high oil prices and the high grocery prices? And I said, Kevin, I don't get it either. So I really don't. I don't understand it at all. But also, the main reason I called, Jolly Green did it again. They put another notch on the side of his truck. He killed another deer without a license. So don't tell Pappy, but I just killed another deer without a license.
Uh-oh.
So what can you say?
All right.
And the good thing is there's no damage, but I got blood all over my truck. So as soon as I get back, I'm going to have to sit there and spray it off and try to scrub and get the stuff off, so that way that the city drivers could use the truck in the morning. But either way, I have been listening tonight, and Yeah, I was scratching my head on that lottery thing last night. You know, you got to wonder what the heck that was all about. To me, it's a red flag because I don't think that that's really ever happened that I remember, you know. So either way, but I didn't win, so I guess I got to work too. So there you go. Either way, Steve, have a good night, and I will talk to you later.
All righty. Thank you, Jolly Green. Yeah, I noticed, Cracker Barrel. I think Cracker Barrel started selling alcoholic beverages. I don't know. It's been a while now. And, there's money. There's money in serving alcoholic beverages, first of all. And just like anyone else, I mean, if you're going out for dinner and for people who do drink, I think Bob Evans has just said, well, a lot of people, they're going to Cracker Barrel now rather than coming to Bob Evans because you can get a beer or you can get a mixed drink at Cracker Barrel. People that would drink obviously are going to go to the likes of Buffalo Wild Wings or Outback Steakhouse, any of those restaurants where you can get a beer, right? And so I guess you got to keep up with the times and realizing that the older generation, he's right, a lot of older people do dine at Bob Evans. You've got to continue to grow your audience, and if you're going to get maybe another generation of younger people to patronize your restaurant, you got to keep up with the times. A lot of people want to have a mixed drink with their dinner. All right, so it's Jolly Green asking about what about the Senate? If indeed Johnson holds on, which I believe he will in Wisconsin, maintaining that seat for the Republicans. Georgia's probably going to go to a runoff with Warnock and Walker. If Walker can take that, and then obviously you've got Alaska, which I think there's no doubter there that a Republican's going to take that. Obviously, Arizona's going to go to the Democrat Kelly. Nevada's going to go to the Democrat Masto, the way things appear here. That means, again, 50-50 split in the Senate. Kamala Harris would have the tie-breaking vote. Again, the one big kicker there, Democrats could have absolute control with 51 in the event of Warnock actually defeating Walker in the runoff election. Boy, oh boy. So I don't see a chance. There's not a chance here of Republicans taking actual control of the Senate the way things are spelled out right now. Hey, next on the list, who we got on board there? Is it Jason? You know what? I bet that was Eagle. Eagle, wake up. He dozed off again. That's what it is. Okay, that brings us down to, let's see, would that be Sam by chance?
Yes, sir. How you doing? Long time no talk.
Good morning, Sam.
5 more months for the truck show. So, hey, I just wonder. I think maybe Walker may pull it off yet. It's not done yet. So we got some hope. So, but here's the thing. Look at Virginia. That kind of went red. So that's something to think about. That was a big turn in those 2 counties.
Yeah, so, the kicker is Pennsylvania. Can you believe Fetterman over Oz?
No one in the right mind would vote for that guy. And I'll tell you what, that guy's an imposter wearing Carhartt working men wear Carhartts, not that idiot. You notice that is all he's been wearing. So, but hey, that guy's a joke. So, and he's going to kill the oil field industry there in Pennsylvania, I think. So they get their ways. Steve, I just don't think people think when they vote anymore. And that's what scares me. It really does. And I mean, these people, they're going to And, the people that vote these Democrats in, they're going to go back out there and they're going to say, everything costs so much and everything's. I said, well, you put them people right back into office, and then you only have the ones to blame is yourself. It just don't make sense what these people do out here.
I can't help but wonder how many, like in a state like Pennsylvania, how many were. We still have what they call the never Trumpers. Nothing to do with Trump. They hate Trump. The fact that Trump had endorsed Oz, I wonder if that actually hindered Oz's possibility of winning by having the Trump. A lot of never Trumpers there in PA.
It just boggles my mind. And then you look at Arizona, and they're turning blue anymore. And that's always been a Republican state. I just wonder what people are thinking.
Yeah, right. I mean, they're saying it's too close to call on the Senate seat there, but I the way with 56% in, I mean, Kelly's got a solid. Yeah, he's got a 220,000 vote lead over the Republican there.
What is it? That Governor Blake or whatever? She ain't the brightest person. And you state interview her and stuff, and it's like she has no clue. It's like, I tell you, it's just scary what these people are putting in office. It's ridiculous. I just don't think people are thinking.
No.
And it's gonna, people are gonna have to start. I think we're just gonna have to start saying, hey, if you ain't smart enough to vote, we ain't letting you vote. I mean,
can't do that. Can't do that. I mean, there's no rule that says you got to be intelligent to vote, and there's a lot of stupid voters out there. No two ways about that.
Well, at least I live in a state where at least, we're still Republican, and I've seen Vance won his Senate race. So
correct.
So at least, not by much, but he pulled it off. So, but I just don't understand these people anymore, Steve. So, but yeah. So you have a great week. Have a happy Hump Day. Hopefully, we'll hear something from Old Horse Feathers pretty soon.
I don't know if he probably hadn't been able to get through in the last couple hours. Started off really slow there. I was beginning to wonder as we were closing out hour number 1, but yeah, folks jumped on board, fired things up. Yeah, you're right. You're right about Arizona, though. Traditionally, did we look at Arizona as kind of a conservative state? Yeah, the Democrats, is it all the Californians that have moved across the line for lower taxes? What happened to Arizona? Now, the governor race there, Katie Hobbs right now, 57%. Kari Lake with 43% of the vote. I guess technically they're still saying it's too early to call because it's only like 55% reporting. If this feed that I'm looking at from Newsmax is up to date, some of this stuff they're running behind on. They were running way behind on the Alaska numbers. They were showing nothing was in yet for that seat there. But yeah. All right. It's 844-3388. See what's going on with the blind man this morning. Hi there.
Hey, Steve. I just woke up, so I'm assuming we did not have a big red wave last night from what I'm hearing. I don't know what's going on in Maryland yet, but I'm assuming that Westmore won, and oh boy, you're going to see people flee Maryland now into neighboring states. And I do get teased a little bit from my friends in Virginia saying, you ruined Virginia by fleeing into Maryland. I said, I can't help it. They're like locusts, and they ruin one state, and then they flee to the neighboring states and do the same thing. But I was just wondering, Biden is bent on shutting down the coal mines, So I'm just wondering, what's Santa Claus going to do if he can't get any lumps of coal to put in the stockings of bad little kids?
Oh, boy. Yeah, good question.
So, anyway, that's all I got for tonight. I think I'm going to go back to sleep, but I just wanted to call in, find out what's going on.
Yeah, it looks like I would predict the House or the Senate is going to be still a 50-50 split. So Kamala Harris would have the final vote there. The House, on the other hand, looks like Republicans will indeed take control of the House, for what comfort that would give you. But there you go, as the numbers continue to come in. It is 844-3388. Yeah, for those traveling out west, wintertime is approaching. Going to be a lot of areas where you're going to be chaining up this weekend. A lot of times you get, say, a truck driver from Florida, not real familiar with the territory out there and the chain laws. A semi-truck left blocking multiple lanes after failing to chain up over a mountain pass over the weekend. This was a Florida truck driver, as I mentioned, 47-year-old Edros Norellis. Lost control of his rig on Highway 97, slid off the highway, struck a DOT sign, hit the embankment, eventually coming to a stop, blocking the northbound lanes and a portion of the southbound lane. No injuries, but indeed cited for failure to chain a vehicle when required. It's going to cost him, those fines run you, $1,000, maybe more in some cases, especially if other vehicles had been involved in the accident. The fine would have been way up there, but the fact that only his vehicle was involved, but indeed he blocked the highway. So, get ready to deal with old man winter. It's 844-3388.
USA Radio News.
Most of the races of note are for Congress or the governor of a state, but the District of Columbia doesn't have senators or a governor. Mayor Muriel Bowser becomes the first D.C. mayor elected to a third term since Marion Barry won back in 1986. The expectation of Nevada is that numbers aren't going to change much in the coming hours when it comes to the Senate race. Arizona, however, still has numbers slowly trickling in overnight. Neither state seems to be a lock for either party at this point. We do know that Maggie Hassan has won Vermont, and Governor Gretchen Whitmer was re-elected in Michigan. Former President Donald Trump spoke from Mar-a-Lago and called the evening a success. This is USA Radio News.
If you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in taxes, please listen to this important message. The IRS is aggressively hiring and quickly ramping up their tax collection team. Act now and protect yourself with a call to Tax Alliance. Don't let the money you owe the IRS keep you up at night and ruin your life. You may be surprised at how much having Tax Alliance on your side can protect you from the IRS collections and help you save thousands on what you owe. Here's what a customer had to say.
Tax Alliance did an amazing job helping me through a quite difficult situation, saving me tens and thousands of dollars that I would have been paying for many years to come.
Tax Alliance is rated A+ with a Better Business Bureau with no consumer complaints. If you owe the IRS at least $10,000 or more in back taxes, have unfiled returns, or have a payment plan and are still frustrated, call Tax Alliance now for a free consultation. 800-987-1097. 800-987-1097. That's 800-987-1097.
Tax Alliance, your tax resolution solution.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 B500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, what was the number one reason for all the discussion about a red wave? That's the pain people are feeling financially. Inflation. Doesn't look like it really translated at the ballot box this past day based on what we're seeing. You know, on Election Day, poll says 1 in 3 Americans, a third of Americans say they're falling behind financially. That was the Associated Press's AP Votecast. They said that figure was twice as high compared to the number of voters who said the same 2 years ago in 2020. According to the Hill, the price of goods has skyrocketed. Inflation hovers at around 8%. Our paychecks are being garnished. We're paying more for groceries. We're paying more for rent and gas. Building up to the midterms this past day, Republicans had hammered Democrats on that, the economy. Half the voters said inflation would indeed affect their vote. Half of them said Joe Biden's to blame for it. Still about 44% said the future of democracy was a major concern. You've been hearing that message, right, from the Democrats. Joe Biden's been saying, if you vote for Republicans, it's not just Joe. It's you had Hillary Clinton, Obama was out there. You know, all of them alluding to vote for Republicans is the threat to democracy as a whole. Yeah, of course, Democrats campaigned aggressively on the abortion rights that Dan brought up. About 7 in 10 said abortion rights was a significant factor. That's what the Democrats had latched onto, campaigned aggressively on abortion rights after the Supreme Court overturning Roe versus Wade. A pretty big poll. AP had 90,000 plus votes over the course of 9 days. So, wow. So, as far as the Democrats, and maybe, how many Republicans? Why is that, Dan? Why are so many consumed with abortion in this country? I don't know. Heat wave, what's going on?
Oh, good morning, Senor. I guess we are going to hell in the handbasket a little bit faster than I anticipated. These polls, screaming red wave, it's just like Texas A&M. You start bragging about them, you put them in a high spot, and then they just disappoint you. I would rather not even hear the opinions of people and just wait until voting day to see what actually happens. Because everyone can talk a good talk, but I guess the Democrats and those that vote with them are enjoying having their paychecks garnished. I think what they believe is the government is going to bail them out, i.e., we, the working people, are going to bail out the poor folks. If you don't work, you can't make money. Although during this past pandemic, it's been found out, you can. So I'm rather disappointed. Other than that, we're over here in Williams, Arizona, heading into Southern California. We've got a bunch of clouds in front of us here, and the wind is really, really beating down pretty hard. Nothing flying in the air yet as far as precipitation, but my co-driver said it started just east of Flagstaff, so we must be right on the front edge of the leading edge of the cold front coming in.
Right. Well, I presume the fact that you're out there rolling in a truck, you were not the holder of the magical Powerball ticket there last night, huh?
Well, and that's another thing. It is suspicious. Minnesota can't get their crap together, but that just gives people more and more time to do nefarious things. And it may have been a legit win, but to wait that long, somebody really needs to pay for it.
Took them 10 hours to get things rectified for that vote, or for that to pull the numbers.
And how many times have they done this before? It just stinks to the high heavens. And the sad thing is, it may have been a legit win by that one person, but it's going to be tainted in the rest of our minds as, something funny going on.
Yeah.
So, I was talking to my brother, who was running for the Texas State Senate seat of District 22 yesterday. And, for someone who really didn't have much money to spend on a campaign, in fact, he had absolute zero. His campaigns were getting up to campaign sites and talking to people, being on the internet, being on Facebook and YouTube. With 40% of the ballots come in, he had 31% for.
And wherever heat wave is. All right, you were breaking up. Now, you did say you're in Arizona. I know they tend to have some pretty crappy cell areas.
A little bit. Can you hear me now?
We got you back.
Okay. Now, my brother, the newly found brother, with 40% of the precincts checking in, he had 31% of the vote, which is not too bad considering he didn't have any campaign funds. He did word of mouth. He did YouTube, Facebook, and wherever he could go where there was a rally that they will allow him to speak. he spoke. So, I don't expect him to have won, but I mean, I expect to see that, he had a pretty good following in Tarrant County, which is basically Fort Worth, I believe. He did pretty well. It was like almost an even split there.
Mm-hmm.
So, some people have common sense, and not just in his race, but in other races. But the folks with common sense are getting overrun with this damn deep hatred for the country, that they think government is the protector and the end-all, beat-all of, existence, where government is replacing God. The morals of this country have gone straight to hell in a handbasket. And then they wonder why, when they try to elect people like Fetterman or Biden, why the rest of the world just mocks us, because we're shooting ourselves in the damn foot and the majority don't realize it.
Yeah.
But that's democracy. I mean, it was being proven again, it works. So, of the races out there, what about the governor race in Georgia? How's that shaping up?
Kemp won handily over Stacey Abrams there.
Well, at least there's some people in this country that got common sense.
Yeah, I mean, if you just joined us, because we were talking about that in the first hour or so, the fact that Kemp handily beat Stacey Abrams, then why is it that Warnock is actually ahead of Herschel Walker, which kind of defies logic?
And just like I just got up here about 45 minutes ago or so, but yeah, that plus the Arizona race. I mean, the newscaster, the Republican, she had her stuff together. The other one was just kind of blitzy all over the damn place. I don't know what to tell you. Times are changing, and it's not for the good. And I understand that that lead idiot in office there in New Mexico, Michelle Lujan Grisham, she won. I don't know what the percentage was, but there was one candidate there that said that was exactly what she was trying to do, was to pull the undecided away from the Republican Mark Ronchetti. And it's a shame that they're allowed to do that, and openly state that they're there to disrupt the voting process. Well, I mean, everyone's got a right to run, whether it's right or not. But yeah, I guess we'll just have to face the harsh reality that didn't go the way that they predicted, and I don't really see what Trump was crowing about. I mean, if we got one house, the majority of one house, great. But I mean, you need to get Congress. That way you can play hardball with a guy who don't know what in the hell he's doing or talking about. But yeah, I just say I'm greatly disappointed, and I'm sure Minister and RV John and Marvelous Marvin are just laughing their damn fool heads off. Well, when you're at the bread line begging for bread, paying $20 a loaf, we'll see who's laughing last. Other than that, Senor, I'm going to check out. You have yourself a good night.
Thank you for checking in. There you go, Heat Wave. Yeah, let's see. Carl, you make a good point. I mentioned the Republican Kemp in Georgia winning the governor, and Herschel Walker, the Republican for the Senate seat. Yeah, Carl said, yeah, keep in mind, Steve, Kemp is a Marxist. So it does kind of make logic that he won. People seem to have already forgotten what he did to Trump. Then again, of course, your choices were, your choice was Kemp or Stacey Abrams, right? Okay, it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
I was looking through some of the comments from our viewers on YouTube, Facebook. We like to chat back and forth. Yeah, Soma's on board. And Soma says Arizona's in play, Nevada's in play. He said things are swinging back to the Republicans out west as the votes continue to come in. So I pulled up the latest number. I said, okay, I'll give you, looks like Nevada might actually be in play because the Republican with 74% of the vote is now actually, it's only 1,000 votes, less than 1,000 vote separation. I don't know where that's going to go, but that has definitely taken a swing. Meanwhile, in Arizona, it looks like Kelly with a 56-41 advantage there. That's several 100,000 votes that Kelly's ahead. I don't know that could be overcome by Masters in that state, but suddenly, yes, looks like Nevada may actually be in play for the Senate seat there. That would be big. All right, thanks for the heads up. Check in with Knucklebuster. What's going on?
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. I've been driving 35 years now. Steve, I had a guy pass me tonight, and the bridge law in Arkansas, Texas, Oklahoma is 12, 34, 34. There's no set limit on where your axles are. So, I don't know if set limit is the one in Tennessee where it's got to be back there at the 41-foot mark, but he kept telling me, your axle's all the way to the back. You're wrong. I just told him have a good night there, right? So, I don't think I'm wrong. I could be. Oh, wait a minute. I'm just a redneck in Mississippi, so I'm prone to be wrong, but I don't mind being corrected if I'm wrong. I want to rest in peace, Jeff Cook. He's a co-founder of the country band Alabama.
Yeah.
He died at 73. Yep.
Saw that. Yeah.
Parkinson's there. So that's God got him another musician up there. That just proves God loves good country music, right? Well, you can correct me if I'm wrong again, but aren't we a representative republic?
Well, yeah. What needs to be corrected?
Oh, well, no, I just thought I might be wrong. Poor people going crazy. Well, let's shift gears here. This guy he just slammed on his brakes in front of me. I'm a godless hater, and I know that. But didn't Jesus drink wine?
Yes, I believe he did, yes. He turned the water into wine.
Yeah, absolutely. He done that, and he said he wouldn't drink wine again until returned the second time. And guess what? That means he's going to drink wine when he comes back. So, I don't know. It's a personal choice. He didn't say you didn't have to quit drinking wine. Just said he wasn't going to. So, I don't know. It's a personal choice. You want to drink, you don't.
I thought the message you're not supposed to drink in excess or to excess. Wasn't that the word?
Right. Yeah, absolutely. Don't become a falling down old drunk, right? I read with the chief financial officer of Tyson Foods. He got found in somebody else's house, passed out drunk and naked on the bed. All his clothes were down there in the floor. See, she come home about 2:00 in the morning, found him there and had him arrested. I guess he wanted to be like Robert Kraft there, get his chicken choke food and moistened there, right? I don't know. They locked his butt out.
Maybe he was just confused. He probably thought he was at his own house. He thought he was home, right?
Oh, yeah. But he was in the wrong house, buddy. That'll get you arrested every time, breaking and entering. Well, you can correct me if I'm wrong again. Wasn't John McCain a Democrat? Oh, wait a minute. He was a rhino. Republican in name only. I'm sorry. Yes. Yeah. Well, let's do this for Gretchen, and then I got one for Stacy. Last night I went to sleep in Detroit City. When I woke up, I didn't have any wheels or tires. Well, enough of all that. And Stacy, I'll have a...
All right. Oh, boy. Have a good morning there, Knucklebuster. It's 844-844-3388. Anyone been to the emergency room as of late? Yeah, it's not uncommon to have to sit for hours, waiting to be seen in the emergency room. Now, it's been a while since I've been there. Apparently, things around the country are really getting to what they're calling the breaking point. Emergency departments are reaching, that's the quote, the breaking point as they deal with a flood of patients waiting for beds that aren't available. There's a group of medical organizations that actually sent a letter to the president, according to The Hill this past day. Staffing shortages have brought to a crisis point the keeping of admitted patients in emergency departments due to a lack of space elsewhere in the hospital, an issue known as boarding. According to the groups, now this includes the likes of the American Medical Association, the American Psychiatric Association. The crisis, which has not been properly tended to, is causing an exodus of excellent physicians, nurses, and other healthcare professionals out of the industry. Our nation's safety net is on the verge of breaking beyond repair. Emergency departments are gridlocked, overwhelmed with patients, waiting to be seen, waiting for admission, for an inpatient bed, waiting to be transferred to a psychiatric, skilled nursing or other specialized facilities, or simply waiting to return to the nursing home. Healthcare professionals are experiencing burnout, and they have a much higher tendency to retire early or just stop practicing altogether. This increases the loss of skilled healthcare professionals in the workforce, adding more strain to those who are still practicing, which continues that cycle of burnout in the profession. What do they want the president to do? I'm not sure. The warning by the medical group stressed that the patients who need inpatient care but are instead kept in the emergency department are often subject to delays and actually suffer from increased mortality. literally dying in the ER. Again, what's the president supposed to do would be my question. All right, we'll get back to your calls as we hit final hour just ahead here. Rolling into a Wednesday. It's 844-844-3388. Okay, and a quick reminder, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been your go-to additive when storing your lawn equipment, collector cars, boats, generators, anything you're going to be sitting around throughout an extended period of time with gas in it. Sta-Bil Storage keeps gas fresh for up to 2 years. And at the same time, combats corrosion issues in your fuel system. Store your engine the right way with Sta-Bil. And just as you can save 10% off your order when you order Hot Shot Secret products at hotshotsecret.com, if you'd like to order Sta-Bil or any of the other of our parent company products, simply go to goldeagle.com. Enter the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout and actually save 15% off your order. Again, goldeagle.com is the website, and Sta-Bil is your product. It's 844-844-3388. Come back with some of our other industry headlines. Get the latest on Nicole, which is expected to become a hurricane at some point later on today as it makes a beeline toward Florida. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
Most of the races of note are for Congress or the governor of a state, but the District of Columbia doesn't have senators or a governor. Mayor Muriel Bowser becomes the first D.C. mayor elected to a third term since Marion Barry won back in 1986. The expectation of Nevada is that numbers aren't going to change much in the coming hours when it comes to the Senate race.
Nevada became the 36th state during the Civil War, thus making her battle born. She was rushed into the Union to help put Abraham Lincoln in the White House. Today, she is a major battleground state. The governor's race comes down to Democrat incumbent since 2018, Steve Sisolak. He says governors like me are the last line of defense for protecting abortion access. On the Republican ticket is Joe Lombardo, Army Reserve National Guardsman, 20-year Las Vegas police officer, and was elected sheriff in 2014. He says no more reckless spending, no more prioritizing criminals over citizens, no more fake promises. It's time for Nevadans to stop paying the price for Sisolak's failures. In the senatorial race, Democrat incumbent Senator Catherine Cortez Masto and former State Attorney General Adam Laxalt are battling it out. Cortez Masto has focused her support for abortion rights and has criticized Laxalt for past comments. Adam Laxalt has focused on economic issues and said Cortez Masto's support of President Biden's economic initiatives has contributed to the rise in inflation. As of Monday, Real Clear Politics has Laxalt ahead by roughly 3.5 percentage points. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Arizona, however, still has numbers slowly trickling in overnight. Neither state seems to be a lock for either party at this point. We do know that Maggie Hassan has won Vermont and Governor Gretchen Whitmer was reelected in Michigan. This is USA Radio News.
You know, if you feel like you're stuck with a healthcare plan that isn't affordable or you simply just don't like how it works, well, right now, during open enrollment is a perfect time to switch to Medi-Share. The typical family saves $500 a month when they join Medi-Share, and what's more, they like it. Medi-Share has double the customer satisfaction rate compared to the industry. That's double. And Medi-Share is the most trusted name in healthcare sharing. It's been around for 30 years. It's shared more than $4 billion in healthcare bills. And here's why now is the perfect time to make the switch. If you join Medi-Share Complete by January 1st, they will waive your new member fees and you'll save an additional 10% off your first year. That's right. No fee to join, 10% off every month for all of next year. But again, it's a limited time offer. So yeah, you're not stuck. You've got a great option. Call now. 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
As polls roll to a close from east to west, a few states are of major focus.
Nevada became the 36th state during the Civil War, thus making her battle born. She was rushed into the Union to help put Abraham Lincoln in the White House. Today, she is a major battleground state. The governor's race comes down to Democrat incumbent since 2018, Steve Sisolak. On the Republican ticket is Joe Lombardo, Army Reserve National Guardsman, 20-year Las Vegas police officer, and was elected sheriff in 2014. He says no more reckless spending, no more prioritizing criminals over citizens, no more fake promises. It's time for Nevadans to stop paying the price for Sisolak's failures. Real Clear Politics has Lombardo ahead by nearly 3 percentage points as of Monday. In the senatorial race, Democrat incumbent Senator Catherine Cortez Masto and former State Attorney General Adam Laxalt are battling it out. Cortez Masto has focused her support for abortion rights and has criticized Laxalt for past comments. Adam Laxalt has focused on economic issues and said Cortez Masto's support of President Biden's economic initiatives has contributed to the rise in inflation. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
And the polls aren't the only spot of this nation's competitions. Georgia took over the top spot in the college football playoff top 25 rankings released Tuesday night after its impressive 27-13 win over previous number 1 Tennessee. For USA Radio News, I'm Victoria Idoni.
My heart was racing just making spaghetti. I could have waited to tell my doctor, but I didn't wait.
I was short of breath just reading a book. I could have delayed telling my doctor, but I didn't wait.
They told their doctors and found out they have atrial fibrillation, a condition which makes it about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. If you have one or more of these symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness, this is no time to wait. Contact your doctor.
Brought to you by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF DPF regions. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regions.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Update. That's the one they were just talking about out there, right, on the news break? Is that Nevada? Steve just sent me a hot update. First of all, in the governor's race, looks like the Republican Lombardo is now ahead of Sisolak. Again, Sisolak, the one that's been, how many years? Years and years. 49.3% for Lombardo, 47.2% for Sisolak. That could be an upset in the governor's race. In the Senate race, that's the one that is, talk about neck to neck. 48.6% for Masto, 48.5% for Lexalt. Way too close to call. Technically, that part of the country, I guess they're still counting. Like at 1 o'clock in the morning there, right? 1 o'clock West Coast time. All right, we'll have to keep a close eye on Nevada. Thank you for the hot off the press update there, Steve. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. Kick off our final hour here. Remember a few weeks ago when the FMCSA asked for truck drivers' feedback. How can we improve the ELD mandate? Hundreds of truck drivers told the agency, well, the biggest darn thing you can do to improve it is to get rid of it. Eliminate the mandate altogether. Yet many of them pointed out to the statistics, full enforcement of the ELD mandate started in 2018. Well, since 2017, fatality crashes have increased by 14.5%. Mandating ELDs in the first place was supposed to improve safety. John Miller says it did the exact opposite. So why is the whole ELD mandate not scrapped? It was never about safety. Of course, the mandate, unpopular for many truck drivers who contend that tracking the time to the second causes more stress for the driver, unsafe conditions. After the mandate took effect, many truck drivers reported seeing an increase in trucks speeding through parking lots so they can get stopped in time. Trucks being parked in unsafe locations because the driver is out of time. For starters, there's been no statistical evidence to prove truck drivers are safer with an ELD than without, says another driver. ELDs have caused more havoc in the industry than any other rule or regulation. It was in September the FMCSA issued the Advanced Notice of Proposed Rulemaking, possibly making some changes to the ELD regulations. They actually asked for feedback on 5 different aspects. The clock is ticking. You've still got a few days if you'd like to comment on. The comment period will be closing next Tuesday, November the 15th. All right, they've had just shy of 1,000 comments thus far. One of the things they were asking for feedback on was, should we now mandate ELDs on the pre-2000 model year trucks? Pre-2000 engines. Many of the comments were from truck drivers urging the agency to continue keeping that exemption for the older trucks. Why are you even considering this now, says Gary Scott. Are there that many ELD exempt trucks that are causing a safety hazard? Or are you simply overreaching into small business? Most of the ELD-exempt truck owners are experienced drivers with a long safety record. They don't need the government trying to micromanage them, and they don't want to race a computer clock to perform the same task that they've been doing safely without an ELD. It is clear, according to Jay Grimes, with the Director of Federal Affairs at OOIDA, it's clear the ELD mandate has not been the silver bullet solution to improve highway safety that they thought it was being, which is why the federal regulators and others claimed that it would be. But yeah, statistically, you're looking at a 14.5% increase in fatality crashes post-ELD mandate. That's big. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Let's see, got an email from Pappy here. Bottom line, he said it's not a loss. Looking like we take the House. We knew going into the election, taking the Senate was going to be a difficult one to begin with. Still, as you just mentioned, very close in Nevada. Yeah, it's still going to take time to turn this country around. It ain't going to happen overnight. You know what? Wake up, kiss the wife, hug the kids. Yeah, go on with life. Live it the best we can. There you go. I watched the Trump rally in Dayton, all of it. He stated there that he's going to make an announcement November the 5th, next Tuesday. Yeah, the big announcement at his home there in Mar-a-Lago, Florida. The anticipation is that's when he's going to make the official announcement that he's going to run for president in 2024. Good decision or not? What do you think? Pocket Change, good morning.
Good morning, Steve. Man, I'm nervous, okay? I don't know how to hit this, but, I didn't watch the big three on the returns course I was driving. I was listening to Mike Lindell report. I don't know if you're going to cut me off or not, but they had a guy on there that was watching the returns through the computer, and don't cut me off. But they would. Well,
I know I know where you're heading. Yeah, we got to be real careful there. Yeah, because they're talking about something something happened electronically in Pennsylvania. Is that what you're saying?
That, as well as in Atlanta with Warnock. He had a spike of save 100,000 votes. I don't want to be cut off, but just like out there in Arizona, they count the mail-in ballots first. That's why that woman jumped down the Hobbs.
Yeah, I didn't realize that. Someone mentioned that Arizona. Yeah, I did not realize that they count the mail-ins first. A lot of places. I thought Pennsylvania was the opposite. They tabulate election day votes and then they start opening up the mail-ins. I believe there.
Yes, and then the actual day voters come in last, and that's what they're talking about. It's too close right now.
And that's why you saw the big jump, I guess, in Nevada as well, correct?
Yes, sir. Yeah. And so there's still hope, for that fellow out there in North Carolina that was talking about Miss Lake. She is pretty, but I think she's going to make them a better governor and, open some eyes on some things. But I got a screenshot of that. Warnock deal, and I've got a screenshot. When I seen it, I said, man, I've got to take a screenshot. So I took a screenshot of one that was in Illinois. Steve, it had a spike on it, went flat, and went back down. It's like that's like giving you votes and then taking them away. This is deeper than me and you, and there's hope. The only thing I'm thinking is paper ballots. We got to go back to paper ballots. We can't go to these computer connected to the internet kind of stuff machines. We can't. We got to go back to paper ballots. And these people that are saying, people are voting crazy. No, I'm kind of leaning like, there's some evil going on. And yeah, that Fetterman deal was, again, I'm going to be careful. I mean, I'm going to say it because
you don't have to say it because I think we all know exactly what you're trying to say. But yeah, I get it. That's obviously those things will all be looked at. They'll look at it.
Yeah, I mean, there's still hope. I don't know how we correct it. But they were pushing. President Trump was pushing. Kerry Lake, everybody was pushing. Vote that day. Mess with the algorithms, and that's what's happened out there in Arizona and Nevada. I don't know about Alaska, but yeah,
Alaska is solid. That's the Democrat there only has like 9% of the vote. I mean, it's going to be Palin or Begich, one of the two, but
yeah. But like they say, I live down in Alabama. I'm not from Alabama, but I live in Alabama, and all I can do is go and vote. I can't. I can't change Georgia.
Yeah.
Those people in Georgia they're going to take care of their county, and that's where it all starts is getting involved in your county, and don't worry, about Florida. Now you talk about DeSantis. You might be able to check in on it. They said he passed laws that will put you in hot water, buddy, if you get caught cheating with the election.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So I mean, that's what needs to be done is somebody stern and stand up for the voters, and that's all we have. That's all we have is our elections and our opinions. So, but again, man, I'm so glad you cut me off. That's why I like you so much, man. But I can text you this graphs, and if you want to look at them, you're welcome to it.
Go ahead.
But, again,
send them. I'll take a look at them. But yeah, that's pretty much alluding to things kind of like a deja vu from 2 years ago. All right, latest update there in Nevada. Okay, yeah, so the turnaround continues in the Senate race there. The Republican now up 49.4 to 47.7. How about that? That's the Cortez Masto, who's the incumbent there. Yeah, falling behind. What are they at? 78% of the vote counted there in Nevada. Yeah, things not nearly as tight. You got Kelly still a good ways ahead in the Arizona Senate race there. But it is 844-844-3388. Room for you on a Wednesday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, what else? Oh, yeah, we mentioned travelers' weather. Once Nicole comes ashore Wednesday night, Thursday morning, maybe like 24 hours from now, we may be live covering Hurricane Nicole impacting the Florida coast. It's not just going to be a Florida storm, though. This thing's going to ultimately impact pretty much the entire east coast of the United States. Nicole's going to track inland up the eastern seaboard, across the southeast, the mid-Atlantic, all the way into New England between now and the end of the week. Yeah, rainfall will be widespread, they tell us, even extending into Atlantic Canada over the weekend. Now, ahead of Nicole's arrival in the Northeast, it's truly the calm before the storm. Mild conditions in place Thursday and even into Friday along that I-95 corridor, although falling a few degrees shy of this past weekend's warmth. When you hit 81 degrees in Washington, D.C., Boston was at 76 Sunday. Temperatures maybe 70 Thursday and Friday in the coastal areas in the Northeast. After a rather lengthy stretch of quiet weather, get ready for the change. Northeast, you're on track to have a spell of very active weather, as what will by then be tropical rainstorm Nicole tracks through the region Friday into Saturday. This thing's really going to be booking along the way. Yeah, weather will turn notably cooler, more humid, and tropical rain will be arriving in the region Thursday night. It'll be determined by the track and the speed of a non-tropical storm that'll be pushing across the northern tier of the country here in the second half of the week. Same storm that's bringing the blizzard conditions, maybe up to a foot of snow in parts of the plains. I guess they're saying there's a scenario where these two could kind of run together. Right now, the most likely scenario, Nicole will track northward along the East Coast. As it makes that journey, it's going to draw tropical moisture well inland at the same time. By the time the center reaches the mid-Atlantic, it'll have less wind intensity. It'll be a tropical depression or maybe a tropical wind and rainstorm, but the impacts nonetheless will still be significant there in the Northeast. Big-time rainfall numbers, several inches of rain from parts of the Ohio Valley to the eastern Great Lakes, to the most eastern parts of Atlantic Canada. It looks like there's going to be a band of heavier rain between the Appalachians and the I-95 corridor from Virginia up to northern New England, a zone that could be seen as much as 8-inch rainfall totals. I mean, nearly as much as you're going to see in parts of Florida with this thing. So something they're going to have to pay close attention to here in the next several days. Again, you've got calm conditions between now and Friday, as they say, the proverbial calm before the storm. 5-7, what's happening? All right, come on, computer. I got to double click. There we are.
Everything's good. Everything's good. Alabama, bless your heart. Make sure you call in more often. That's cool. Got to be careful what you say, because YouTube This is the one that knocked Steve off of YouTube for 2 weeks. And we have a lot of characters that love the show, and their source that they like to work through is YouTube. So he would not cut you off for any other reason but to protect our fellow characters and their access to the show. He don't cut people off until they're absolutely outrageous. Also, I took the liberty to call Philip. His call was terribly muffled.
Yeah.
Like
did you get a better signal when you called him?
Yeah, I called him, and he was crisp and clear. And I guess he was still on hold, but he went ahead and let it drop because he was turning into where he works. I guess I can pass on. He was just saying that he's prepared for the storm. He's all boarded up, and he's ready to go. And I guess they're having a safety meeting at Disney today. So I guess he can correct me later, but that might be part of what he was trying to say. Also, just I've shared on your homepage, on your fan page, time and time again. College students. What ocean's on the west of the country? What ocean's on the east of the country? And they have no clue. College students.
Yep.
And what country borders us to the north, and what country borders us to the south? Venezuela?
England.
Totally.
England.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, England. England. So this is what we're dealing with. Because we listen to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, we're interested in what's going on in the world, and we've been that way. We're very highly educated what's going on. We're like the pilots in a doomed plane. We know there ain't going to be enough fuel to get us to the airport, but everybody else back there ordering their drinks when it should be the pilots being the drinks sent up for them so they can deal with it. But really, I haven't heard anything about Hawaii. Now I know Hawaii's hardcore Democrat.
Oh yeah.
But I got to wonder about their fuel prices were already high, and their prices were already high. I mean, how many people are going to have to sleep on the beach before they change their votes? I don't know. And it still looks like it's still open. It's not shut down. It's not closed yet. We're still looking. And this thing with Walker and Warnock, I mean, the stuff that they put out on Walker, it's a miracle where he's at today. It's not, I mean, it is an absolute miracle because of the machinery. They tried to destroy this man. And so that's positive.
Less than 20,000 vote separation between Walker and Warnock right now with, what is it, it was like 96% counted. But they will be heading to a runoff election there in Georgia, undoubtedly. Hey, let's get a news break. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
Most of the races of note are for Congress or the governor of a state, but the District of Columbia doesn't have senators or a governor. Mayor Muriel Bowser becomes the first D.C. mayor elected to a third term since Marion Barry won back in 1986. The expectation of Nevada is that numbers aren't going to change much in the coming hours when it comes to the Senate race. Arizona, however, still has numbers slowly trickling in overnight. Neither state seems to be a lock for either party at this point. We do know that Maggie Hassan has won Vermont, and Governor Gretchen Whitmer was re-elected in Michigan. Former President Donald Trump spoke from Mar-a-Lago and called the evening a success. This is USA Radio News.
If you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in taxes, please listen to this important message. The IRS is aggressively hiring and quickly ramping up their tax collection team. Act now and protect yourself with a call to Tax Alliance. Don't let the money you owe the IRS keep you up at night and ruin your life. You may be surprised at how much having Tax Alliance on your side can protect you from the IRS collections and help you save thousands on what you owe. Here's what a customer had to say.
Tax Alliance did an amazing job helping me through a quite difficult situation, saving me tens and thousands of dollars that I would have been paying for many years to come.
Tax Alliance is rated A+ with a Better Business Bureau with no consumer complaints. If you owe the IRS at least $10,000 or more in back taxes, have unfiled returns, or have a payment plan and are still frustrated, call Tax Alliance now for a free consultation. 800-987-1097. 800-987-1097. That's 800-987-1097.
Tax Alliance, your tax resolution solution.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, back at it here. 844-844-3388. That's our number. All right, thanks for hanging in there, 5-7.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I said thanks for hanging in there.
Oh, where else would I be? Let me tell you. All right, just the Warnock thing, that's a miracle in Walker. So it's But let's look at it this way. In the end, even if by the end, if it went better our way, if we still had Mitch McConnell in there, he'd have settled down, everything's normal now, I got this. We'd be in the same boat. But let's look at it this way. If we get better, who would Biden have to blame now? Apparently the American people are needing to get a little more education. Unfortunately, it might be food shortages, it might be cold. Now, we have to look ahead of ourselves. We have to look beyond ourselves and know that it's like getting a shot to keep from getting the flu. We might have to taste what it's like to live under socialism before people start waking up in the next 2 years. Or I can't see them running these again, but hey, I can't see what they're doing. Hey, what can I say? We might have to suffer through, but we know how to prepare. We know what's coming, and we're paying it. We're educated, and like I said before, it's as long as we've got the Steve Summers overnight drive by Hot Shot Secret. Thank you, sir. And we've got conservative information getting out there, and we know we're in the fight. And but what I'm looking for, and I feel sad for, and I want everybody to pray for, is our political prisoners from the 6th. So, they need prayer, and justice. Whether they did crimes, they need to pay for their crimes. But I believe they need justice. That's all. And other than that, we're going to sit back, copy the mail, and enjoy the rest of the show. We'll be waiting for that notification come tomorrow morning, and we'll be copying the mail. How about it? 7, we down. Maybe we'll have some more solid numbers come that midnight hour, Wednesday night into Thursday morning. There you go. Well, Truck and Phil. Good morning, Semper Fi. Happy Hump Day. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Summers and the Hot Shot Secret Nation. Well, the economic outlook seems to be on the bleak track. After this past election day has finished, we shall see. Maybe they'll get enough votes to swing the right way in a few of these unresolved state elections, if you will, right now. I'm with the rest of you, though. Just unbelievable how people vote the way they do with the economy. From farming, food, industries from oil to big tech and beyond, all in trouble. Housing market in big trouble to once again, that's what is so hard for these people to understand. What's right is right, what's wrong is wrong, and they're still not getting it. Anyway, ready to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights, Michigan, and make that flip back to Fort Wayne. There you go. 46 days till Christmas. Truck and Phil. Semper Fi, all right? Craig says, Steve, I never thought I'd see the day when we had to be so careful of what we say because we might offend someone. The poor soldiers who actually gave up their lives to free the world from the likes of Hitler would wonder in this day and age why they went to war. Shame on us. Yeah, sad but true, Craig, yes. One more here. Who we got? Steve's on board. Morning, Mr. Summers and all the listeners out there. The day after Election Day, we still wait to see what the future holds. Either way, we still have to press forward. So with a hot cup of coffee in hand, I'll head into town to get that trash truck warmed up. Can't get finished if we don't get started. Everybody enjoy their day. And let's hope we gain the seats that we need. Yes, as the numbers continue to come in. And in some of those numbers out west are definitely, we've seen a distinctive turnaround in the last couple of hours, some of those races out there. Nevada, Arizona. All right. Eagle, are you on board?
Yeah, I finally made it back, brother. I had a long day today. I fell asleep, I guess, when you put me on the radio. Yeah, I'm back awake now. Yeah, but I got some good news though, so it was good for me, Steve. I don't know, I know we can't say too much on the show anymore. Believe me. Let me just put it to you this way, Steve. I got some things to say, but like I say, I can't say it. But you best believe I'm not happy with the situation. But one thing I am happy about, Steve, is finally the people in Texas finally made the right decision for, other than some of these other loser states, such as New York. I can't believe that they decided to put a Democrat in as mayor of New York City. Just a complete embarrassment. As much financial problems that New York is having, and with all the homeless people and the way that they treated people in the coronavirus, that'll be a shame of itself in New York. But I tell you what, though, Steve, like I said before, the state of Texas, they made the right. We got a man that actually cares about the border, Greg Abbott. He's done everything he can to shut it down, and Joe Biden gave him absolutely no help, not even a phone call, Steve. That's how much of a loser Joe Biden is. He won't even talk to the man. He won't even go down. And I repeat that to anybody who says that Biden cares about the border. Remember this, my man. 2 years has gone by, Steve, and guess what? Good old Biden still ain't been down to Texas to see what's happening, to see the border is wide open, fentanyl coming in. Over 300 people are dying every day in America from fentanyl that's coming in across the Mexican border, Steve. But like I said before, I'm happy about that Greg Abbott was reelected governor of the great state of Texas over that loser, Beto O'Rourke, the fake Mexican, like I told you last night. The guy's not even a Hispanic and got the nerve to call himself Beto. It's fake, running under a fake name and a fake race. It's just an embarrassment. So we're through. We're finished with that guy, Steve. We don't have to worry about him trying to so-called take away guns and saying he's going to open up the border to people that don't belong here. So we got Greg Abbott, a man that's actually trying to make a change, Steve. And then one other state is the great state of Florida, brother. They decided to put in DeSantis as a governor of the great state of Florida, so them Democrats can't ruin Florida, because Florida is a good place to live, one of the best economies in the U.S., and those Democrats can't get their hands on that, Steve, and destroy Florida and run that state in the ground like they done so many others, California and so many other states. So people in Florida made the right decision. And you see, I'm in Georgia right now, Steve. The people in Georgia, if these polls are correct, they ought to be ashamed of themselves. But there's no reason for Warnock to be even close to contention with Herschel Walker for Senate race in the state of Georgia. It looks like you said, it's going to be a runoff, and then they shouldn't even come to that, Steve. Herschel Walker.
And it looks like, did we lose our connection there? I believe we did. I think we lost our phone connection, as a matter of fact. So we'll dial things back up again, right?
Ready to connect.
Thank you.
Click connect to show now.
I just did that. We'll get that reconnected there. It's 844-3388. Yeah, it was a decisive victory there in the state of Florida for DeSantis. Yeah, interesting little opinion piece from Michael Goodwin this morning in the New York Post, which will break that down coming up here. And if you'd like to jump in again, I got a few minutes left here. We'll get back to the calls at 844-844-3388. We return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yeah, who was it earlier that mentioned, with a win as decisive as it was there in Florida, is that kind of the signal that Ron DeSantis may very well be the future of the Republican Party? Again, Michael Goodwin at the New York Post says, an old proverb says that the dog barks, but the caravan goes on. In an updated version, Donald Trump plays the noisy dog as Ron DeSantis marches to victory. I mean, a blowout Tuesday, routing Charlie Crist by nearly 19 points. Right, we're talking a margin that no poll ever predicted. He followed that with a raucous speech that was both a celebration and skillfully worded test of national themes. As he declared, Florida is where woke goes to die. Now, likely referring to the fact that he actually won Miami-Dade County. I mean, the Democrat stronghold in Florida, 70% Latino, double digits. DeSantis declared, we not only won the election, we have rewritten the political map. Indeed, he has, with each cycle seeming to bring more Latinos to the Republican camp. Yeah, the Miami-Dade victory, a huge leap forward there in the state of Florida. So how about that? Big numbers from Ron DeSantis. Suddenly 2024, they say, it doesn't seem too far away. Nor does it look like Donald Trump may be the only choice or the inevitable nominee in the state of Florida. So I wonder what Trump's going to feel about that. It was kind of a coming out party for DeSantis, who's been wary about talking anything other than re-election. I mean, he won narrowly 4 years ago. This margin on Tuesday will actually garner enormous attention among the Republican Party, many of which are desperate for an alternative to one Donald Trump. The chance of 2 more years captured the sense of many that the governor's victory party is just the next stop on his way to the White House. Naturally, all this is driving Donald Trump up the wall. Kind of snipping from the sidelines, veiled threats that he had dirt on DeSantis, trying to warn him not to run in 2024, which makes you kind of wonder. Anyway, DeSantis' speech was rather short, less than 10 minutes, but it was pretty impressive, they say. Sharp capturing the rise of Florida as a haven for blue state refugees. There you go. All right, Eagle dialed us back up. So, yeah, you got dropped like a hot potato there. Thanks for dialing us back up.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Can you hear me now, Steve?
Yes, sir. We got you back.
Okay, yeah, I'll make it real short. I know you're running the show almost over. But, yeah, Steve, like I said, man, people. I'm in Georgia right now, in the Atlanta, Georgia area, and like your last caller said, I told you this a couple of weeks ago about all the video and propaganda that they had about Herschel Walker on the radio, television, all over, in the state of Georgia, about the man's personal life and abortion with these women and pulling a gun out on his wife and this and that. And, the Democrats, they had the nerve to say Biden and some other couple of weeks ago, Biden said we need to stop the crazy talk and stop the rhetoric and, have a good political race. And yet these guys are still showing these type of videos and information. They just want Joe Biden to take a look at that. But it doesn't matter. He was mainly talking to the Republicans when he said that, as you know, Steve. He wasn't talking to the Democrats when he was saying don't put out this type of rhetoric. It's only bad when the Republicans do it, as you already know. But like you said, Steve, a couple of days ago, and I'm kind of disappointed in Donald Trump, but I'll support Donald Trump to the very end. I really was hoping that Donald Trump could run together as a team with the governor of Florida, the man is a good governor, and Donald Trump. For some reason, there's some type of animosity and jealousy between those two. Maybe you can look into it and update us tomorrow night. But there's something going on between those two. And like I said, I thought that Trump could maybe, have this man in as his vice president and run out his last 4 years. And then the man from Florida could take over and be president for the next 8 years. But apparently Donald Trump doesn't see it that way. So I don't know who Trump has in mind for his vice president, but I think he's making a very bad mistake by not having the governor of Florida, because the man is a good man. Plus, I found out, I didn't even know this about the governor of Florida. This guy was in the military, Steve. He's a military veteran, and he was a good veteran at that. And like I said, Donald Trump is making a very bad mistake by not associating with that guy. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right. Thank you again. Thanks for dialing us back up there, Eagle. Yeah, several of our listeners have said, I do not want to see the likes of Trump and DeSantis kind of going at it back and forth, because that would be destroying their own party. Yeah, not the route you want to take. All right, looking at updates, head on down to the state of Florida. Of course, the latest from the National Hurricane Center. A lot of rain will be coming into the state, 4 to 8 inches in the forecast for much of the state of Florida. Some may see as much as 15 inches of rain down along the southeastern coast of Florida. So rain of that intensity is going to obviously lead to flooding of low-lying areas, big rises along some of the rivers in the region, after which Nicole will take a path that kind of parallels the East Coast all the way up into Atlantic Canada. The Space Force Space Launch Delta 45 has entered Hurricane 3 status, third level out of a 5-tier hurricane alert scale, meaning destructive winds are possible within 48 hours at NASA's Kennedy Space Center. That means staff are to finish their final preparations for the storm and prepare for potential evacuation. Base personnel and residents should take action to prepare for the possible arrival of hurricane-force winds, according to the warning via Twitter, adding that facilities would begin closing after the close of normal operations this past day. So that's underway in Florida at this hour. Daytona Beach, preparations underway. Residents grabbing shovels, filling sandbags, hoping to protect their property from the storm surge and the flooding forecast from what's going to be a rather long-duration storm event there, according to the Daytona Beach mayor. Henry said the worst storm damage he's seen since becoming mayor in 2012 was the damage from Ian back in September. Problem is Nicole coming in from east to west, impacting them directly. They're anticipating maybe more damage along the east coast of Florida from Nicole than you even saw with Ian. Looks like the president this past day, President Biden, approving an emergency declaration that orders federal resources to begin staging, get ready to help assist when the emergency conditions arrive, given the forecast range of impacts The Florida emergency declaration is in effect for all of the state's 67 counties, because this is a big storm. Meanwhile, waves from Nicole could build up to 30 feet in some areas offshore north of the Bahamas and east of Florida. I sure would not want to be in a cruise ship out there toward the Bahamas right about now. Obviously, they're all taking measures to get away from the storm. According to the National Hurricane Center analysis, smaller but still towering 12-foot waves could extend over 500 nautical miles northeast of the storm along the shoreline of Florida, Georgia, parts of South Carolina, where they all have storm surge forecast. Talking about 3 to 6 feet storm surge, maybe some locally higher levels. Nicole transitioned into a tropical storm on Tuesday. Hurricane warnings now in place for parts of Florida's east coast. They're expecting that'll strengthen to a Category 1 hurricane by later on today. There's your update for our friends in Florida, and again, all up and down the eastern seaboard. All right, final footnote here. Of course, when we come back at the midnight hour tonight, we'll have a better handle. Just looking at the latest numbers, not seeing a much change in Arizona there. Kelly still leading over Masters, 52% to 45.7%. Of course, I guess they stopped counting, stopped everything in Georgia hours ago, where they left things off this past evening. About 20,000 vote separation. Warnock, over Walker, but neither of them crossing that 50% threshold, which, if that stands, that'll be a runoff election. Now, the numbers have continued to come in Nevada, and what a change during the overnight hours, where Masto was ahead pretty significantly earlier. The Republican for the Senate seat, Lexalt, now at 49.9% versus the incumbent, Cortez Masto, at 47.2%. Yeah, that could actually turn out to be a Senate seat flipped to the Republican side. All right, then in Wisconsin again, they stopped counting as well. Too close to call, they say. Johnson with 50.5%, Barnes 49.3%. That would be the seat held by Johnson. He's the incumbent, and they hope to hold on to that. Have a great day. Thanks for hanging out with us. We'll see you back at the midnight hour.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream